Have you ever felt an invisible gaze watching you in the dark? Or heard a whisper from the corner of an empty room? Today, we're about to embark on a journey through 24 terrifying true stories, chilling experiences that most people would never dare to speak of. From the sound of children's laughter echoing through the deep woods of New Hampshire, to the faceless figure standing outside a window in Minnesota, each tale is a door opening into an unsolved mystery. There are nights when you'll hear slow, creaking footsteps on the wooden stairs, or feel the icy breath of something, or someone, that never shows itself. There are moments when you'll wonder, is my imagination playing tricks on me, or is something really lurking, waiting in the darkness? These 24 stories are more than just accounts. They're warnings, fragments of a hidden world we often choose to ignore. So get ready. Turn down the lights. Let the sound guide you through the darkest corners of the human mind. Do you dare to listen all the way through? Or will you stop when the knock comes at your window in the middle of the night? Let's begin, because the darkness is ready to tell you its story. Every summer I usually gather with my friends around campfires on the outskirts of the city, where paved roads give way to deep forests and darkness. We don't like having to drive for an hour to get to official campsites, paying just to make a fire and chat. Instead, we choose secluded spots, places where the wind through the trees blends with the whisper of the river. There's a place near my house by a quiet river where few people go. But this time, I decided to go ahead to prepare, carrying the naive thought that a peaceful evening awaited me. That night, the sky was pitch black, with only a pale moonlight filtering through the tree canopy, casting twisted beams on the ground. I drove my old car down the dirt road leading into the woods, bringing along a flashlight, lighter, some dry wood, and a small shovel. But as the tires rolled over the rough dirt, a cold sensation crept up my spine. The forest was eerily silent. No birds, no insects. Just the wind whistling through the leaves like someone whispering in the darkness. I got out of the car, stepping into the air, which was biting cold through my thin hoodie. The sound of water from the nearby river echoed, but it wasn't the peaceful sound I was used to. It was dull, intermittent, as if something was stirring beneath the water's surface. I told myself it was just fatigue from a long day, but when I walked up the stone path leading to the sandbank, a strange sound broke the silence. A prolonged, sharp screech, like nails scratching against stone. I froze, my heart racing, the flashlight in my hand shaking with my breath. Then a sudden foul smell hit me. Not the smell of earth or river water, but the stench of a long decayed corpse. I swept the flashlight around, but only thick darkness surrounded me, as if the forest was closing in to swallow me whole. Stepped down the stone path leading to the sandbank, 2 dim streetlights along the way, one in the middle of the path, the other near the bridge crossing the river, casting weak yellowish light, almost about to go out. I reached the small sandbank by the river, a small waiting area for children in the summer. I set my things down and began to dig a fire pit with the shovel, the flashlight's light flickering on the sand. But then, a loud thud rang out, strong, decisive, like a large rock had just fallen into the water. I jumped, almost dropping the flashlight. That sound couldn't have come from me. I was at least 5 meters from the water's edge. I shone the flashlight towards the river, but the surface of the water was black, perfectly still like a dead mirror, not a ripple. Probably just my imagination, I mumbled, but my hand trembled as I continued digging. Then, a second thud sounded, closer, right behind me, as if something had just jumped into the water. I turned around, shining the flashlight over the sandbank. Empty, but the foul smell was now stronger, accompanied by a hoarse screech from afar, like the laughter of a madman choked in his throat. The cold wind blew through, carrying the breath of darkness. I swept the flashlight up towards the bridge where the dark arch beneath it looked like a deep cave. In an instant, I saw a figure, tall, thin, with abnormally long legs, standing still under the bridge, staring directly at me. But when I blinked, it vanished. My heart raced, sweat pouring down my back despite the freezing air. I bent down to continue digging, trying to focus, but then a new sound emerged. Slow, heavy footsteps coming from the bridge towards me. The footsteps were uneven, as if the figure was dragging one leg through the sand, accompanied by a rising screech like a death warning. I jumped to my feet, the flashlight flickering wildly, but the light only deepened the surrounding darkness. The footsteps stopped and a voice echoed in the wind. "You don't belong here." The voice wasn't human. It was hoarse, cold, as if coming from a corpse decayed for centuries. I turned back, and under the flashlight's beam, a figure emerged from the arch, tall, hunched, with pale skin peeking out from the shadows. It stood still, but I could feel its invisible gaze piercing through me as if it was assessing its prey. I stood there, frozen, the flashlight trembling in my hand, the light casting shadows under the bridge. The cold whispers still echoed in my head, like a curse from the dead. I wanted to run, but my legs felt nailed to the sand. Then, a laugh rang out. Not a normal laugh, but a grotesque sound, like bones rubbing together, coming from the bridge. I swept the flashlight towards it and saw the bare back of a man, hunched over, completely naked, standing under the dim light of the bridge. But this wasn't a human. His skin was pale, almost glowing, but covered in scars and boils leaking dark, thick fluid. His head was smooth, bald, his thin shoulders twitching as if convulsing. He stood still, his back to me, but I knew he sensed my presence. My heart pounded, cold sweat streaming down my spine. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. He slowly stood up, his spine cracking like rotting wood being snapped. When he turned, I nearly collapsed from fear. His face had no eyes, no nose, just a black empty space with a wide mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth like a shark's. The screech from that mouth grew louder, like a death siren ripping through the darkness. I screamed at him to ask who he was, but all I got was an eerie silence. He stepped forward, his long legs dragging through the sand, leaving deep, gaping marks as if the earth was being torn apart with each step. I staggered back, tripping over a pile of dry wood falling flat on the sand. "What do you want?" I yelled again, my voice cracking in panic. He didn't respond, but the screech now mixed with the sound of water, not waves crashing, but the sound of dozens of hands slapping the surface of the river. I turned, and from the river, other figures began to rise, distorted, naked, shapes with pale skin and no eyes, only wide gaping mouths full of teeth. They crawled onto the shore fast as spiders, their screeches forming a horrifying symphony like a summoning ritual from hell. I sprinted up the hill, but a cold hand suddenly shot up from the sand, grabbing my ankle. I fell face first, the flashlight flying out of my hand, the light scattering on the creatures advancing towards me. The hand tightened, its sharp claws digging into my skin, blood mixing with the sand. I struggled, kicking hard, hearing the crack of breaking bones underfoot. The hand let go, but the screeching now came from all directions, as if the entire forest had come alive to hunt me down. I stood up, but before I could run, a terrifying roar shattered the air, a synchronized scream from dozens of mouths, like a death sentence. I bolted, my breath ragged, sweat mingling with blood from the scratches. Suddenly another hand shot up from the ground, its claws digging deep into my ankle. I screamed, falling flat, my head hitting the rocks. Blood from my forehead flowed into my eyes, blurring my vision. I kicked frantically, feeling bones crack underfoot, but the hand still gripped me, dragging me down as if to bury me alive. In my panic, I pulled out the lighter from my pocket, flicked the small flame, and pressed it straight onto the grotesque hand. A piercing screech rang out as the hand spasmed and then sank back into the ground, leaving the smell of burning flesh. Stood up and ran, but now the sound of water came from ahead, not from the river but from the bridge. Black water poured over the bridge, filled with figures rising, crawling towards me from both directions. I was trapped. Behind me were the creatures from the sandbank. In front was the one from the water. I looked at my car, a few dozen meters away, but between me and it was a living wall of gaping mouths and sharp claws. A thought flashed in my mind. Dry wood. I ran back a few steps, grabbed the biggest piece of wood, and lit it with the lighter. The flame flared up, and I wielded it like a torch, swinging it wildly at the creatures. They hissed, recoiling, but didn't give up. They circled around, trying to close in from every side. Suddenly, a car horn blared from a distance. My friends! The headlights from Jake's truck cut through the darkness, shining on the creatures. The light made them recoil, screeching in pain. But as the truck neared, I realized Jake wasn't driving. A faceless figure, pale as death, sat behind the wheel, its thin arms gripping the steering wheel. The truck barreled straight at me, and I jumped to the side, rolling down the road's edge, the flame extinguishing. The truck slammed into the creatures behind me, the collision deafening, accompanied by their shrill screams. But when I looked up, the truck was gone. No wreckage, no trace, as if it had never existed. The creatures stopped screeching. A terrifying silence fell. They stood motionless, dozens of gaping mouths aimed at me but not advancing. I lay there panting, blood dripping from my forehead and legs, too scared to move. Then I heard my friends' voices calling from the small bridge. This time it was real. "Where are you? Are you okay?" They screamed, running towards me, with their flashlights. I screamed back, my voice hoarse. "Here! Hurry!" Jake and two other friends rushed up, their faces pale. "What happened to you? You're covered in blood!" Jake shouted, helping me up. I stammered out my story. The faceless man, the creatures from the river, the ghostly truck. They looked at me like I was crazy, but when Jake shone his flashlight on my feet, they fell silent. There were deep scratches, bleeding, with strange black streaks mixed in with the wounds. The creatures began to dissipate, their pale flesh turning into thick, black liquid, steaming as it sank into the earth like it was being sucked into the ground. In a matter of seconds, they vanished, leaving the sandbank empty and the road still. We hurried back to Jake's real truck, the real truck. As I sat in the back seat, I glanced back one last time. Under the dim streetlights, a figure, tall, thin, faceless, stood silently beneath the arch of the bridge, its wide mouth stretched in a grotesque grin as if saying, "Next time, you won't escape." That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the gaping mouth, heard the screeching echo. The next morning, I called the police and told them everything. They came to investigate but found nothing. No unusual footprints in the sand, no black liquid. But the older officer nodded and said, "You're not the first to see that here. Don't come back." I asked him what he meant, but he just shook his head and walked away. A week later, I went back to the area with a friend to check again, despite the warning. When I got close to the small bridge, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A small piece of paper, pinned to the foot of the bridge with a long, sharp fingernail. On it was a scribbled message, as if written with dried blood. "You've been chosen." Beside the paper were footprints, not human, but from a creature with long claws. deeply imprinted in the sand. Since then, every night, I hear screeching outside my window even though I live miles away from the forest. One night I woke up in the middle of the night to see a faceless figure standing outside the glass, its wide mouth grinning at me. It didn't knock, didn't enter, just stood there smiling. I know they're not done with me, and I fear that one day they will return, not to play, but to finish what they started. Under the dim moonlight, our 60-ton ship silently cut through the pitch-black ocean. The journey from San Pedro, California to Tahiti had now entered the 12th day. I was the head of the night watch, along with another sailor, more than 1,000 miles from the nearest land, with no ships appearing on the AIS radar for hundreds of miles. The cold wind howled through the sails, carrying the scent of salt and an indescribable sense of unease. That night around 3 a.m., with only 2 hours left in my shift, I sat in the cockpit. The faint red light from the crystal lantern the only thing keeping my eyes from being swallowed by the darkness. Then, a small sound came from the stern of the ship. Not the sound of waves crashing, nor the sound of fish jumping, but a light scratching sound, like sharp nails scraping against wood. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Something was there. I could feel its gaze piercing through the night, cold and merciless. I told myself it was just an illusion, that the vast ocean sometimes made people's minds hallucinate. But the scratching didn't stop. It was slow, steady, as if something was deliberately teasing me, prolonging my fear. I turned to look toward the stern, where the swimming ladder lurked in the darkness. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that the sound was not random. It had a purpose, and it was getting closer. I slowly leaned over, trying to see more clearly through the faint red light. On the ladder, something gray-black was crouching, revealing only its forehead, eyes, and 2 hands. It was slick, as if covered in a dark, oily substance. Its eyes glinted, reflecting the red light, tiny but razor-sharp, stabbing straight into me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as if its gaze had locked my soul into an invisible cage. Then, it moved. A long, thin arm, unnaturally long, slowly reached up, its claws scraping lightly against the wooden railing, creating the terrifying sound I had heard earlier. It wasn't in a hurry, not rushed. It knew I was watching, and it relished it. I wanted to scream, wanted to call the sailor beside me, but my throat was dry, as if something was choking it. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh, faint and distant, echoed from its direction. It wasn't a human laugh. It sounded like an echo from a deep cave beneath the sea. I turned away, staring at the navigation screen, hoping it was just a hallucination. But the laughter didn't stop. It grew louder, blending with the sound of the waves, like a symphony of madness. I heard the water splashing violently, a loud splash, and when I turned back, it was gone. But the air was no longer peaceful. A foul odor, like decaying fish mixed with sulfur, filled the cockpit. The sailor beside me looked up, his nose wrinkling, but he didn't say anything. I knew he couldn't see it, but I could feel it. It hadn't gone away. It was somewhere, beneath the black water, waiting, lurking. The following days on the ship were a wordless nightmare. Every night I stood watch with bloodshot eyes, waiting for it to return. I didn't speak to anyone for days, keeping the fear inside. But then, one evening under the flickering oil lamp, the captain suddenly told us about his own experience. He had seen something thin and black rising from the water next to the ship, drifting slowly, its eyes never leaving him. His voice trembled, not like the firm commander I once knew. I told them my story, and the 3 of us, me, the captain, and the sailor sat in silence trying to find an explanation. But nothing made sense. That night, when I was alone on the deck, a sharp screeching sound tore through the night. I jumped, the flashlight falling to the floor. From the stern, a tall figure slowly rose from the water, not swimming, but walking on the waves. It was taller than any human I had ever seen, its deformed body and long arms hanging low, almost touching the water. Its red eyes were no longer tiny. They burned like two flames from hell locking onto me. I screamed, this time unable to hold it in. The sailor rushed out from the sleeping quarters, but when he arrived, the creature was gone, leaving a trail of thick black water on the deck. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice frantic. I pointed toward the stern but couldn't speak. It wasn't just a creature. It was the embodiment of fear, of the deep darkness the ocean kept hidden, and I knew it wouldn't stop until it dragged one of us down to the abyss with it. For the rest of the journey, none of us slept well. We all felt watched when we were alone on deck. Every wave now carried a strange whisper, as if the ocean was talking to itself, or to whatever was hiding beneath. On the last night before reaching Tahiti, I stood watch alone, my hands gripping the railing, eyes fixed on the water. Then, I saw it. Not the creature, but its shadow, stretching across the ocean floor twice the size of the ship. It moved slowly parallel to us as if bidding farewell, or threatening us. I never told anyone about this except for the crew, but even now, whenever I close my eyes, I still see those red eyes, and that hoarse laugh echoes in my head. It wasn't just a monster. It was a warning that the ocean doesn't belong to us. And I wonder, is it still there, waiting for the next ship, or has it chosen me as its target forever? I grew up in the deep forests of the Cloth Mountains in eastern Oregon, only about 20 miles from the California border. My childhood days passed with camping, hunting, and fishing. The forest was my playground. But a few months ago, a family trip to a cabin near Crater Lake changed everything. I went bird watching alone by a small pond in the forest, about half a mile from the cabin, late in the afternoon. I sat on a large log, binoculars in hand, not hiding in a campsite or anything, just choosing a spot that I thought would be hard for animals to detect. The sunlight gradually faded through the tree canopy, casting a mystical golden-orange glow over the surface of the pond. A light breeze rustled the leaves, but beneath that sound was an eerie stillness, as if the forest was holding its breath. After an hour, I only saw a few common ducks drifting on the water, nothing noteworthy. I began to think about heading back, maybe an hour before sunset, when a sudden movement caught my eye. It was just a fleeting shadow between the trees, about 100 feet from the pond, too fast for me to see clearly. My heart raced, not from fear, but from curiosity. I fixed my gaze on that spot, my breath slowing, waiting. Then it appeared again. A figure darting from tree to tree, silent as a ghost. It was larger than any bird I knew, possibly the size of a heron, but the way it moved was unlike any creature in this forest. I told myself it might be a fox or a weasel, but deep down, a chilling feeling began to rise. This thing didn't belong here. I continued watching, my eyes glued to the patch of trees across the pond. It moved a few more times, each time seeming closer, but still cleverly concealed, only revealing itself for an instant. I stayed still, not daring to move, afraid that even a crunch of dry leaves underfoot would make it disappear. Then when it stopped behind a large dead tree right by the water's edge, I held my breath. The twilight bathed the pond in a reddish hue, and in that moment, I saw it. A small arm, exactly like a human's, reaching out to touch the mud, followed by the head and the other arm as it bent down to drink. But it wasn't human. It was much smaller, about 3 to 4 feet tall, its body covered in mottled gray-brown fur, like an animal that had died long ago but still lived. The face, oh that face, wasn't human, but resembled that of a monkey, with deep-set eyes, dark, as 2 black holes swallowing the light. I shakily lifted the binoculars, wanting a closer look, but the moment my hand moved, it snapped its head up. Those eyes locked onto me, unblinking, emotionless, as if it had known I was there from the start. Then it vanished behind the tree, so fast that I wondered if I had been dreaming. But no. I heard the soft splash of water. It had done it. It was really there. Night fell, the darkness enveloping the forest like a heavy blanket. I sat still, waiting, but it didn't return. The wind now carried a different sound, a low hiss, almost like a whisper, coming from the dead tree. I didn't dare stay any longer. My legs trembled as I stood up, and when I turned to leave, I could clearly feel a gaze drilling into my back, cold and patient, like a hunter waiting for its prey to make a mistake. I hurried back to the cabin, my heart pounding in my chest. I told my grandfather, who had farmed in the area all his life. He scoffed, saying I might have encountered a hide behind, a local legend I'd always thought was just a joke. But when I insisted it wasn't a joke, he grew thoughtful. He said he had heard stories about Bigfoot and hide-behinds, and a few times he had seen small human-like footprints deep in the forest, where no children ever went. He didn't say anything else, but the look in his eyes made me think he believed me just a little. My dad and brothers were different. They laughed, calling me a Bigfoot hunter. But I couldn't forget that face, those hands. The next morning I went back to the pond, to where the creature had stood, but found no trace, no fur, nothing. Just a heavy feeling in the air, as if the forest was hiding its secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. The hiss from the day before echoed in my head, now mingling with the sounds of insects outside the window. Then I heard it, a faint knock on the wooden cabin wall, uneven, as if someone was testing the waters. I jumped up, ran to the window, but saw nothing but thick darkness. The knocking stopped, but when I turned back to my bed, it started again. This time closer, right above my head. I screamed for my dad, but when he entered, everything was silent. He said I was imagining things, but I knew I wasn't crazy. The next morning, I discovered a long, deep scratch on the outside cabin wall, curved, as if it had been carved with claws. No one could explain it. I began to wonder, had it just appeared by chance, or had it chosen me as its target? From that day on, whenever I walked into the forest, I felt it, an invisible presence, always at the edge of my vision. I wished I had seen more clearly, but that face and those hands were unlike any creature around here. It resembled a monkey or a tiny human. I searched for information, but beyond Bigfoot, no one took the area seriously. Hide behind was just a joke, and the native legend about the little people was too vague. But I couldn't ignore it. One night, when my family was asleep, I sneaked out with a flashlight, determined to find answers. The wind stopped when I reached the pond, and the surface was so still it reflected the entire starry sky. Then I saw it. Not the creature, but its shadow, imprinted on the bottom of the pond, small yet clearly visible, slowly moving toward the shore. I shone the light down, but the beam only made the darkness deeper. Suddenly, a scream. No, a growl rang out from the dead tree, shaking the entire forest. I stumbled, the flashlight fell into the water, and as the light faded, I saw those eyes, glowing brightly in the darkness, closer than ever before. I ran back to the cabin, not daring to look back, but I could hear the small, fast footsteps following me through the trees. Now every time I close my eyes, I still see it. Not just a creature, but a warning. It doesn't just live at Crater Lake. It knows me, and I fear that one day it will come to my door. I live with my parents in a small house on the outskirts, where endless fields stretch out and dense trees block out the daylight. That night, the air was unusually cold, and the wind howled through the window cracks, as if someone were whispering in the darkness. I, a 17-year-old girl, was lying in bed wrapped in my blanket, trying to fall asleep after a long day at school, but the sense of unease lingered, as though someone were watching me from outside the window. I pulled the curtain back just a little to check and ease my mind. Outside was pitch black, with only the faint moonlight shining on the grass in front of the house. But then a soft knock echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Steady, slow, like someone tapping their fingernails on glass. I jumped, my heart pounding. But I told myself it was just a branch hitting the window due to the wind. I opened the curtain a little more, and my blood froze. A figure stood there, right up against the glass. Tall, thin, wearing a torn black coat, its face hidden in the darkness. It no longer knocked, it just stood still, its head slightly tilted as if observing me. I let the curtain fall back, stepping back, breath quickening. It must be my imagination, I told myself, but the knocking resumed. This time louder, more forceful, as if it knew I was here and wanted me to open the door. I screamed for my parents, but there was no answer. They had been asleep, downstairs for hours. I trembled, clutching my pillow, eyes fixed on the window. The knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was even more terrifying. It felt heavy, suffocating, as if the room were being crushed by something invisible. I gathered all my courage, walked to the window, and shakily lifted the curtain again. It was still there, but now I could see more clearly. Its face was pale, with no eyes, no nose, just a twisted mouth grinning with sharp, jagged teeth. I screamed, stumbling back and tripping over a chair, falling to the floor. My scream echoed in the room, but no one could hear. The house was too big, and my parents slept soundly as if they were dead. I heard the scratching sound. Screech, 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 like sharp nails being dragged across glass. It stopped knocking and began to scratch, each sound slicing into my heart like a knife. I rushed to the door of my room, ready to run downstairs and call my parents, but as my hand touched the doorknob, a whisper came from the window. "Open." "The door?" The voice was hoarse, cold, as if it came from a decayed corpse. I turned around, and with horror, I realized the window pane was beginning to crack, not from a blow, but as if it were breaking under the pressure of something. A thin, bony hand with long black claws reached through the crack and stretched into my room. I screamed once more, running out of the room, but the scratching now came from every direction. The walls, the ceiling, as if it wasn't just outside the window but had surrounded the entire house. I ran down the stairs, my bare feet slapping against the cold wooden floor. I dashed into my parents' room, screaming to wake them, but the room was empty. No sign of them anywhere. I stood there, panicked, my heart pounding like it might explode. The scratching now came from downstairs, from the front door, the back door, as if the house was being attacked from all sides. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed a knife from the counter, but my hand trembled so much that I dropped it to the floor. Suddenly, a loud crash shook the house. The living room window shattered, glass flying everywhere. It stepped in, slowly. its long legs dragging across the floor, leaving dark, wet streaks like ink. I screamed, running towards the back door, but when I grabbed the doorknob, it wouldn't open. The lock was stuck, or something was holding it shut from the outside. I turned around, and it stood there right in the middle of the living room, its twisted mouth wide open, exhaling a putrid breath, reeking of death. I ran up the stairs, bursting into my room, slamming the door shut and locking it. The heavy footsteps came slowly up the stairs, deliberate, as if it were enjoying the hunt. I pushed the table to block the door, but the scratching came again, this time right on the wooden door. A claw pierced through, tearing the wood like paper, and I saw its horrifying mouth press against the crack, whispering, "You can't escape." I stepped back, crashing into the wall, with nowhere left to run. The window had shattered, and the cold wind rushed in, carrying the screeches from afar, as if not only it, but dozens of others were coming. The door trembled, under its force, each splinter of wood breaking off, the scratching like knives cutting into my head. I screamed, ran to the corner of the room, curled up, praying, not knowing what else to do. Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered on. My father stood at the top of the stairs yelling, "What's going on?" The footsteps on the stairs stopped, and everything went silent. I turned around. The door was still locked, but there was no more scratching, no shadow in the window. My father rushed into the room, his face pale when he saw the shattered window and the scratches on the door. "What happened? Who did this?" he shouted, helping me up. I stammered out my story, the faceless figure, the knocking, the claws through the glass. My father was silent, then pulled me downstairs, checking every room. But there was no sign of it, no black streaks, no shards of glass in the living room, as if everything had just been a hallucination. Only my room's window was still shattered, and the claw marks on the door remained, deep and clear, the only evidence. My mother woke up, panicked when she saw me drenched in sweat and shaking. They called the police, but when they arrived, they only recorded the vandalism and said it was probably a thief. I knew that wasn't the truth. A thief doesn't have a face like that, doesn't whisper death threats. That night, I slept in my parents' room, but I couldn't close my eyes. Every time the wind howled through the broken window, I heard the scratching, faint but unmistakable, as if it was still out there. The next morning, I found a small piece of paper under my pillow. I didn't know when it had appeared. On it, in a scribbled handwriting, as if written with claws, were the words, "I will come back." I screamed, dropping the paper, and my parents rushed in. They didn't believe me, thinking I was in shock. But when my father picked up the paper, his face turned pale. Under the words was a streak of black liquid, reeking with the same foul stench as the night before. From then on, every night, I heard the knocking, not at the window but somewhere in the house, as if it had found a way in without anyone noticing. I'll never forget the face of that man, or rather the thing that wasn't a face, but a mouth full of terrifying teeth. I started having nightmares every night, seeing it standing outside my window, its bony hands scratching at the glass, and the hoarse voice whispering, "Open the door," I told my friends, but they laughed, thinking I was imagining it. Only, I know it was real. The scratches on the door, the piece of paper, and the relentless knocking in the night. A week later, I found something that made me too afraid to stay in that house any longer. While cleaning my room, I found a long, sharp fingernail embedded in the window frame. Not a human nail, but something hard and black, like charcoal. Beside it was a streak of black liquid, dried into a strange shape, like a circle with crooked lines resembling an ancient ritual symbol. I called my parents, but when they came, the liquid had vanished, leaving only the nail lying there, like a final warning. Now, even though I've moved away, I still can't escape it. Every night I hear the knocking, gentle, steady, as if it's testing every door, every window to find me. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to see a faceless figure standing outside on the road, under the streetlight, its mouth wide open in a grin. I know it won't stop, and I fear that one day when I have nowhere left to hide, it will come in. Not to knock, but to end it all. It was a camping trip about 10 or 12 years ago when my friends and I decided to explore Yosemite National Park at the end of October. The air was biting cold, leaves were falling in the path, and the campground was almost deserted. No one within miles. We chose a spot deep in the wilderness, about 5 or 6 miles from the main road. After a long day of hiking, we arrived just as the light began to fade. Exhausted, we quickly set up the tent, made a fire, cooked, and then sat around the crackling fire. That night, the sky was clear, the stars twinkling like jewels scattered on a black rug. The sounds of the forest echoed regularly, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. But something was off. A sense of unease crept over me, as though the forest was hiding a secret it didn't want anyone to know. Around 10:30 or 11 we crawled into our tents to sleep. I lay in my tent, struggling with my sleeping bag to find a comfortable position, when a strange sound cut through the night. It wasn't the wind, nor the animals. It was a low, haunting whistle, as if someone were humming a vague melody. It was faint, distant, but enough to make the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I poked my head out of the tent to look around. The fire still burned weakly, its red-orange light dancing on the ground. My friends were all sound asleep in their tents. I told myself it was just my imagination, but when I turned back to my sleeping bag, a chill ran down my spine. The whistle didn't disappear. It lingered somewhere in the darkness, like an invitation from the realm of the dead. I tried to close my eyes, forcing myself to fall asleep. But about 20 minutes later, the whistle sounded again, louder, closer. This time, it wasn't just an empty sound. There was a hoarse, deep voice blending in, as if someone were singing an ancient song that I couldn't understand. My heart pounded, sweat pouring down despite the cold night. I jumped up, unzipped the tent, and looked outside. The darkness enveloped everything, with only a few weak embers flickering. Then I saw it, a tall, thin figure moving near the trees, about 50 feet away. So fast it vanished into the shadows instantly. I wasn't sure if I had actually seen it, but my body reacted before my mind could catch up. My hands trembled, my breath came in short gasps. I shook Brian, my friend, awake. "There's something out there," I whispered, my voice trembling with fear. He yawned, thinking I was joking, but then the whistle came again, loud and clear, from a different direction. Brian sat up, his eyes wide. He grabbed the flashlight, and we stepped out of the tent. The fire was nearly out, leaving the night to swallow everything else. We swept the flashlight around the campsite, its beam cutting through the darkness like a knife, but we saw nothing but still trees. Then a dry twig snapped behind us. We turned sharply, our hearts stopping. Brian's flashlight landed on something. A figure tall and gaunt, at least 7 or 8 feet tall. So thin it looked like a skeleton. Its unusually long arms hung down, and its eyes, oh, those eyes, glowed bright yellow in the flashlight beam, cold and unblinking, as if they were piercing us. We stood frozen, too scared to breathe, too scared to move. The creature just stood there, staring at us, then turned and darted into the forest so quickly it seemed to vanish. But its disappearance didn't bring relief. On the contrary, it left a terrifying emptiness in our minds. Brian dropped the flashlight, his hand trembling. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, his voice cracking. I didn't answer. I couldn't. We didn't sleep that night, keeping the fire alive and listening to every small sound. Every rustling leaf, every gust of wind felt like a knife to our nerves. The whistle didn't return, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I began hearing other sounds, vague whispers, like dozens of voices blending in the dark too, quiet to understand but loud enough to drive me mad. Brian heard them too. His face was ashen, his eyes fixed on the forest. As dawn approached, we discovered something that made my blood run cold. A small circle of stones placed just at the edge of our campsite, not there when we had set up the tents. Inside the circle was a bone, bent and blackened, as if it had been burned from the inside. We didn't say anything, just looked at each other, then hurriedly packed up our things. When we left, I looked back one last time, and I swear, among the trees, those yellow eyes were still watching, silently, patiently, as if they knew we would never escape. We told a park ranger about the incident when we got back to the station. He didn't laugh, just nodded, saying they occasionally received similar stories about tall things in the woods. He suggested it could have been a bear standing upright, but I knew better. The eyes and the whistle weren't from any animal I had ever known. Bears don't hum in the dark. Bears don't leave stone circles and burn bones. We never went back to Yosemite. That night changed me. Some nights, when everything is too quiet, I still hear that whistle, not outside the window, but in my head, like an indelible memory. I started dreaming of it, the gaunt creature with yellow eyes standing silently at the end of my bed, whispering words I couldn't understand. Every time I wake up, I can still smell the damp earth and burnt ash, even though the window is shut tight. I wonder if it was really there or just a phantom in my mind. But deep down, I know the truth. It saw me, and it hasn't forgotten. One day, when I least expect it, that whistle will sound again. And this time, I fear I won't be able to run away. I've lived in South Jersey all my life, near dense forests where few dare to venture at night. That winter, I went to visit my in-laws in their old wooden house, situated right at the edge of the woods. The air was freezing cold, heavy snow was falling, covering the ground and plunging everything into a terrifying silence. I loved the peaceful atmosphere of the countryside, but that night as I sat by the fireplace, I felt an unusual chill creeping up my neck, as if someone was watching me from outside the window. I stood up and pulled back the curtain to check. Outside, the moonlight reflected off the snow, casting ghostly streaks of light between the dark trees. Then, I heard a sound, not the wind, but a low hiss, a drawn-out sound, like someone breathing heavily in the darkness. I looked at the trees and my heart started to race. A figure, tall, thin with abnormally long legs, was standing still in the forest, staring directly at me. It didn't move, but I felt its invisible gaze piercing through the glass, as if it knew I was here. I let the curtain fall, stepped back, telling myself it was just a figment of my imagination, caused by the snow and the darkness. But the hissing didn't stop. Now, it was closer, as if it were coming from right outside the wall. I turned back to the sofa, trying to calm myself, but the hissing was now constant, like the breath of something alive. I called my in-laws, but they had already gone to bed early, leaving me alone in the cold living room. The fireplace was still burning, but the fire didn't warm the chill that was seeping into my bones. I grabbed my phone, intending to text my husband, but there was no signal. The reception was always weak in this area, especially when the snow was heavy. The hissing stopped, replaced by the sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy, crunching through the snow outside. I rushed to the window, pulling the curtain back once more. It was still there, but now much closer, just a few meters from the house. In the moonlight, I saw it more clearly. Its skin was as white as snow, with no eyes. No nose, just a wide, gaping mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth quivering with each hiss. It tilted its head as if listening, then slowly began to approach, its long legs leaving deep footprints in the snow. I screamed, stepping back, tripping over a table and knocking over a glass of water onto the floor. The sound of shattering glass echoed, mixing with the scratching, screech, 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 coming from the wooden wall behind me. I turned around, and to my horror, I realized the wall was starting to shake. Not from the wind, but as if something was trying to break through from the outside. A long black claw pierced through the wood, tearing through the paneling, and its horrifying mouth pressed against the crack, whispering, "Come in." I rushed out of the living room, running toward the stairs to the upper floor, my heart pounding as though it might explode. I screamed for my in-laws again, but there was no reply. The house was as silent as a tomb. The scratching now came from everywhere. The walls, the floor, as if it wasn't just one, but dozens of creatures were surrounding us. I ran into my in-laws' bedroom, slammed the door and locked it. But when I turned back, I was horrified to see the bed was empty. They were gone. No sign they had ever been there. A loud crash came from downstairs. The front door shattered, the sound of splintering wood reverberating in the night. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs, slow and deliberate, as if it was enjoying the hunt. I pushed a cabinet against the door, but the hissing started again. This time, right outside the door to the room. A claw pierced through the wood, tearing the door apart, and I saw its mouth full of teeth press against the crack, exhaling a putrid, decayed smell. "You can't escape," the hoarse voice whispered, cold as the winter wind. I stepped back, banging into the window, looking outside for an escape. But in the moonlight I saw dozens of other figures, tall, thin, faceless, standing still in the woods, staring up at me. They began to move, crawling quickly like spiders on the snow, their hissing merging into a terrifying chorus. The door to the room shook violently, bits of wood breaking off, and its bony hand reached through, its claws only a few centimeters from me. I screamed, running to the corner of the room, clutching my head in panic. Suddenly, the lights in the house turned on. My in-laws appeared at the top of the stairs shouting, "What's going on?" The noises stopped, and everything fell silent. I turned back. The door was still locked. No claws, no hissing. My in-laws rushed into the room, their faces pale when they saw the window shaking and the claw marks on the door. "What happened? Who did this?" they asked, helping me up. I stammered out my story. The faceless creature, the beings from the forest, the claws through the wall. They looked at me, half believing, half doubting. But when my father-in-law checked the door, he fell silent. The claw marks were deep, not from any wild animal. We went downstairs, checking the house, but there were no signs, no broken doors, no unusual snow trails. Only the claw marks on the door and the faint smell of decay wafting from the wall. They called the police, but when they arrived, they simply noted it as wild animals and left. I knew that wasn't the truth. Animals don't whisper, they don't have faces like that. That night I didn't sleep. Every gust of wind through the broken window made me hear the hissing, distant but unmistakable. The next morning I found a small piece of paper under my pillow, a scribbled note. "We see you." Beside it was a streak of black liquid, reeking of decay. Since then, every night I've heard the hissing, not only at my in-laws' house, but even when I returned to my own, miles away. One night, I woke up in the middle of the night to see a faceless figure standing outside under the streetlight, its mouth wide open in a grin. I know they haven't finished with me, and one day they'll come back, not to knock on the door, but to drag me into the woods forever. I grew up in rural Kentucky, where endless cornfields stretch out and ancient secrets lie buried beneath the red soil. When I was around 9 or 10 years old, I was a curious child who wasn't afraid of anything except the ghost stories my grandmother told by the fire. On our property, there was an old cellar about 50 feet from the house, dug deep into a small hill. My grandfather said it had been there since the first owners built the house in the 19th century. A stone cellar with a heavy wooden door that always creaked and never quite shut properly. We were forbidden from going near it. "It's dangerous," my mother would always say in a stern voice. But for a child like me and my cousin Jake, who was a year older than me, the ban only made it more enticing. One summer day, bored and restless, we decided to explore the inside. Under the blazing sun, we used a wooden stick to pry open the squeaky door and stepped into the cool darkness. The smell of damp earth and mold hit us like a tomb that had been sealed for years. We brought along a small flashlight, its weak light trembling in Jake's hands. The inside was cramped and pitch black, like a cave abandoned by time. Our footsteps echoed on the dirt floor, and I felt an unusual chill creep up my neck, even though there was no wind. This wasn't just an adventure. Something was waiting for us in the dark. I knew it, even though I hadn't dared say it aloud. Inside was a large room, about 15 feet deep, with stone walls and a dirt floor. Jake's flashlight swept over, the corners illuminating cracks in the stone and patches of gray-green moss. We joked around, pretending to be treasure hunters, but our laughter quickly died down when I noticed the eerie silence. No sounds of insects, no water dripping, only the sound of our own breathing. Then I saw it. On the stone wall, there, were carvings, marks that looked like tally marks, dozens of them, grouped in fives. I reached up to touch them, feeling the deep, cold grooves under my fingertips. "Probably just someone messing around," Jake said, trying to sound casual, but I could see the nervous look in his eyes. I didn't believe it was a coincidence. The carvings were too neat, too deliberate, as if someone had been counting the days in desperation. Suddenly, a sound came from the far end of the cellar, a low groan, like the breath of someone in pain. We pointed the flashlight toward it, but all we saw was the smooth stone wall. "It's just the wind," Jake mumbled, but his voice trembled. Then the groan came again, louder, closer, as if it was coming from the wall itself. My heart pounded in my chest, and Jake's flashlight shook in his hand, the light flickering wildly. There was something here. Not wind, not an illusion, but something alive, hidden in the darkness, and it knew we were here. We didn't have time to think any further. The groan came again, louder, and we panicked, running out. My foot caught on the dirt floor, and the flashlight fell, its light spinning and casting the carvings into shadows, making them seem to dance in the dark. The groan mixed with another sound, a scratching like fingernails dragging across the stone, each scrape regular, like the heartbeat of something waiting. When we finally got outside, the bright sunlight blinded me, but the cold feeling from the cellar still clung to me, like an invisible hand grasping the back of my neck. We told my mother, and she scolded us for almost getting into danger, saying it was just the wind. But I knew she was wrong. That groan was alive, full of pain and anger, not something the wind could create. That night I lay in bed, eyes wide open in the dark. The groan echoed in my mind, now accompanied by the image of a gaunt figure standing behind the stone wall, scratching the carvings endlessly. I heard footsteps outside my window. Not real footsteps, but like memories from the cellar coming to life. Each time I closed my eyes, I felt it closer, as if the stone wall couldn't keep it locked away anymore. A few years later, when I was older, my uncle decided to seal the cellar, put in a new door, and lock it. He said it was for safety, but I noticed the way he avoided looking at it when he talked about it. I never went back to that house, but that dark cellar still haunts me. The carvings, the groans, the scratching, they live in my dreams. A reminder that something is still there waiting, and one day it will find a way to break free. I recently moved into an old house in the suburbs where the rent was suspiciously cheap. The two-story house had rotting wooden walls, and the air smelled musty, but I thought I could bear it to save some money. On the first night, I lay in bed trying to sleep, but an unsettling feeling clung to me, as if someone was near, even though I knew I lived alone. The wind howled through the window cracks, carrying strange whispers, but I told myself it was just my imagination. Then I heard a sound, not from outside, but from above, from the attic. A soft creak, like someone had just stepped onto the wooden floor. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. The creak repeated, slow and steady, like footsteps moving back and forth. I told myself it could be a mouse or the wind shaking the floor, but when the sound stopped, a low hiss echoed, harsh, drawn out, like the breath of something not human. I turned on the light, looking up at the ceiling, and noticed a long crack running across it. Not a normal crack, but one that looked like it had been scratched by claws. The hiss grew closer, now right above my head, and I felt a bone-chilling cold seep through my skin, as if it was watching me from the gap. I stood up, trembling, flashlight in hand, the light shining on the ceiling. The hissing stopped, but the silence was even more terrifying, heavy, suffocating, as if the house was holding its breath. I decided to check the attic, even though every instinct in my body told me not to. The stairs leading up were old, each step creaking under my weight, and the musty smell grew stronger as I neared the small wooden door in the ceiling. I pushed the door open, the flashlight sweeping through the pitch-black space. The attic was cramped, full of dust and cobwebs, but there were no mice, no signs of anything normal. Then I heard a scratching sound. Scratch, 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 from a far corner, where the light couldn't reach. I pointed the flashlight in that direction, and my blood ran cold. A figure, tall, thin, hunched, stood motionless in the dark, its back to me. Its skin was pale, covered in scars, with long arms hanging down, claws scraping lightly on the wooden floor. It didn't turn around, but I felt its invisible gaze, as if it knew I was there. I screamed, stumbled backward, almost falling down. The stairs. The scratching stopped, and a voice echoed, hoarse, cold. "You shouldn't be up here." It slowly turned around, and I saw its face. No eyes, no nose, just a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, smiling a horrifying grin. I ran down the stairs, slammed the door, but heavy footsteps began echoing from above, slow, steady, as if it was following me. I ran downstairs, my heart racing, locked the bedroom door, and shoved a table in front of it. The footsteps above, kept going, as if it was pacing back and forth, waiting for me. I held my head, struggling to breathe, but the hissing came again, closer, right above the ceiling of my room. A piece of dust fell from the crack, and I horrifiedly realized the ceiling was shaking, not from the wind, but as if it were clawing from above, trying to break through. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The attic door slammed open. The sound of wood splintering echoed down the stairs. I heard heavy footsteps moving down, slow, deliberate, each step like a hammer strike to my heart. I ran to the window, ready to jump outside, but when I looked down, I saw dozens of other figures, tall, thin, faceless, standing still in the yard, staring up at me under the moonlight. They moved quickly, like spiders on the snow, their claws scraping the walls outside, the hissing blending into a terrifying chorus. The bedroom door shook violently, claws piercing through the wood, tearing it apart piece by piece. I screamed, backed into the corner with no way out. It stepped in, its long legs dragging across the floor, its mouth wide open, exhaling a putrid breath like decaying flesh. "You belong here," it whispered, its claws reaching for me. I struggled, kicked the table, but it didn't stop. The cold hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me hard, and I felt the floor beneath me give way under its weight. I screamed, kicked hard, feeling its grip loosen as its hand jerked. Suddenly, the lights in the house flickered on. I heard my brother's car from outside, and he shouted, "Where are you?" The footsteps on the stairs stopped, and everything went silent. I ran out of the room, down the stairs, and saw my brother standing at the front door, his face pale when he saw the scratches on the wall and the door shaking violently. "What's going on? Who did this?" he shouted, helping me outside. I babbled the story. The faceless thing, the creatures from the attic, the claws through the wood. My brother pulled me into the car, checked the house, but there were no traces, no broken doors, no figures in the yard. Only the scratches on the bedroom door and the faint smell of decay drifting from the ceiling. He called the police, but when they arrived, they only labeled it as a prank and left. I knew that wasn't the truth. Pranks don't have faces like that, don't whisper deadly words. That night, I stayed at my brother's house, but I couldn't sleep. Every gust of wind made me hear the scratching, distant but clear, as if it was still somewhere near. The next morning, I went back to get my things, and I found a scrap of paper under the bed. Scrawled on, it was "You can't escape." Next to it was a streak of black liquid, smelling of rot. From then on, every night, I heard the hissing, not just at the old house, but even at my new place, as if it had followed me. One night, I woke up to see the faceless figure standing outside on the street, its mouth wide open, smiling. I know it will return, not to wait, but to pull me back to the attic forever. "7 years ago, I worked as a seasonal park ranger at a state park in northern Minnesota, near the Canadian border. The park was vast, thousands of acres of forest stretching out with countless lakes and rivers, so remote that sometimes you felt like you were the only person left on Earth. Most visitors were fishermen or kayakers, coming for a few days and then leaving. My job was simple: checking permits, maintaining trails, making sure no one left smoldering campfires in the woods. It was late August, the tourist season was winding down, and the air felt quieter than usual, only the wind rustling through the pines and the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. I was stationed at a small outpost near Lake Kabetogama, a large lake known for walleye fishing and its frigid depths. That afternoon, I received a radio call from the center about a missing kayaker. He was around 40 years old, experienced, had gone out on the lake the previous day, and hadn't returned to camp. His wife had rushed to the ranger station in panic, saying that her husband always checked in before dark. Without hesitation, I grabbed my gear, grabbed a map, and jumped into a park boat to head out onto the lake to search. Lake Kabetogama spans over 25,000 acres. A massive water labyrinth with small coves, scattered islands, and rugged shores. Even with a motorized boat, searching for a person in the middle of the lake felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. I started with familiar spots. The fishing coves, small islands where people usually rest, shorelines where boats can dock. Nothing, no boats, no belongings, no traces. The sun began to set, the darkness creeping from the forest to the water, casting a cold, pitch-black layer over the lake. I told myself I'd sweep the northern side of the lake one last time before giving up. The boat slid across the still water, the engine's hum breaking the silence. Then I saw it. A strange ripple in the middle of the lake, where there was no wind or boats to cause it. It moved in a straight line, slowly, as if something was swimming beneath. I squinted, my heart racing. Could it be his boat drifting? I steered the boat closer, the last light of the day reflecting off the water, creating ghostly streaks. But as I got closer, the ripple suddenly stopped, and the water became as still as a dead mirror. I turned off the engine, letting the boat drift, and grabbed the binoculars to get a better look. Beneath the deep water, about 20 to 30 feet below the surface, a dark shape appeared. It was large, larger than any fish I had ever seen here, bigger than even the massive muskellunge the locals sometimes boasted about. It glided slowly, deliberately, like a ghost under the lake. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, not from the wind, but from a gut feeling that something was terribly wrong. This wasn't natural. I whispered to myself, trying to convince myself it was just a log or a piece of an old boat. But deep down I knew I was lying. It had shape, it was moving, and it was alive. I grabbed the radio, my voice shaking as I reported to the center. "I've found something strange. I'll check it out," I said. They replied through the crackling radio, telling me to be careful, that it might be a log or a sunken boat. Things not uncommon in large lakes like Kabetogama, but I knew it wasn't. I put the radio down, grabbed the paddle, and slowly moved. Closer, my eyes never leaving the dark shape beneath the water. It didn't change direction, didn't speed up, just moved with a steady rhythm, as if it didn't know I was above. When the boat passed right over it, I leaned down and looked. Through the clear water, it wasn't a fish or a boat, it resembled a body, long and thin, with what looked like arms or fins trailing behind it. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath quickened. I told myself it was just a rare, large fish, but the way it moved, slowly, purposefully, made me shiver. And then even at that depth, I felt it look back at me, an invisible gaze piercing through the dark water. I decided to mark the location so the dive team could check it later. I dropped a buoy into the water, watching it float on the surface, then started the boat engine. But as soon as the motor roared to life, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded. A strong force slammed into the bottom of the boat, hard enough that I almost fell overboard. I gripped the boat's edge, yelling into the radio, but only silence answered. The boat rocked violently, water splashing over me, ice cold. When it stabilized, I looked down. Only the deep darkness, no ripples, no signs of anything. Then I heard it, a low sound, like bubbles rising from deep below, but with a rhythm, almost like a voice. It wasn't random, not the sound of air escaping from the lake bed. It sounded like whispers, long and eerie, as if someone was singing underwater in a language I didn't understand. My skin prickled, my hands shaking on the throttle. I didn't wait any longer. I gunned the engine, heading for the shore as fast as I could, my breath choking in my throat. On the way back, my mind was spinning. What was that? A creature? A spirit? Or just my imagination after a long, exhausting day? But the collision with the boat was real. I felt the force, strong and purposeful, as if it wanted me to know it was there. When the boat reached the shore, my legs were still trembling, and I nearly collapsed onto the grass. The darkness from the lake seemed to follow, creeping into the air, making me too scared to glance back at the water. When I returned to the outpost, I told my supervisor everything. An old man who had worked in the park for decades. He didn't laugh or call me crazy, just nodded and said, "That lake has secrets." He sat down, his gaze distant, and started telling me old stories from the Ojibwe people about water spirits, entities living in the deepest parts of the lake, jealous and not wanting to be disturbed. He said every few years someone would go missing on Kabetagama, sometimes finding boats or belongings, but never a body. I'm not superstitious, but what I saw wasn't normal. The boat collision, the voice-like sound, they were unlike anything I'd encountered in the forest or on the water. The old man patted my shoulder, his voice grave. "Don't go back there alone," he said, and I nodded, though inside, I still wanted to know the truth. The next day we returned with the dive team, but when we arrived, the buoy was gone. Nothing left, not even a piece of rope. We searched. The divers went down to great depths, but they came up empty-handed. "The water's too deep," they said. "The current might have carried it away." But I knew it wasn't the current. The buoy disappeared too quickly, too cleanly, as if someone or something had taken it. While the dive team rested, I stood on the boat, looking down at the calm water. A sudden cold breeze swept through, carrying the smell of decay, like rotting fish mixed with damp earth. Then I heard the bubbling sound again. Faint, distant, but unmistakably the same rhythm as before. I froze, my hand gripping the boat's rail. The dive team didn't hear it. They were busy checking equipment, but I knew it was there, down there waiting. That night I couldn't sleep. The bubbling echoed in my mind, now accompanied by the image of a long, thin figure gliding beneath the water with white, clouded eyes staring up. I wondered if the missing kayaker had seen it, if he had heard that song before he disappeared forever. And then, in a daze, I heard a soft knock on the outpost door, rhythmic like breathing. I jumped up, my heart pounding, but when I opened the door, there was only darkness and the sound of wind rustling through the forest. The last days at the park, I stayed away from Lake Kabetogama. I never went to the lake alone again, and to this day I can't look at deep water without feeling that something is watching me. Every time I'm near a lake or river, I still smell that foul odor, even if just for a moment. The bubbling, the whispering, they cling to me like a curse, resurfacing in the quietest nights when there's nothing but the sound of my heartbeat. I left the park after that season, but the memory of that day never left me. Once I told this story to a friend. He laughed, saying I watched too many horror movies. But when I mentioned the singing under the water, his smile faded. He told me that an old fisherman in Minnesota once spoke of the singers beneath the lake, cursed spirits, pulling people down to replace them. I don't know if I believe it, but it matches what my supervisor said, matches what I felt. Now, living far from big lakes, I still dream of it. In the dreams, I'm on the boat, the calm water shattering as a pale gray hand rises to grab me, the white, clouded eyes staring straight at me, and the song rising, not distant, but close enough that I feel the cold breath on my face. I wake, up with a start, sweat-drenched, And sometimes in those fleeting seconds, I still hear the bubbling somewhere in the room. I wonder if it really was in Kabetogama, or if it followed me back. Maybe it doesn't need the lake to exist. Maybe it only needs a memory, a fear to cling to. And I fear that one day when I stand near the water again, that song won't just be a memory. It will be the final call, pulling me down to a place where no one will ever find me. Every winter, my group of friends and I organize a camping trip in the deep forests, places no one dares to go because of the eerie ghost stories passed down for years. This year, we chose a forest in the northern part, far from the city, several hours' drive away, where dense trees block out the daylight and the cold air cuts to the bone even when wearing thick coats. I, an adventurous person, always look forward to trips like these, but this time, from the moment we set foot at the edge of the forest, I felt an unusual chill, not from the weather, but from deep within the darkness between the trees. We set up camp near a small stream, the sound of water trickling blending with the wind howling through the leaves. On the first night, while sitting around the campfire, I heard an odd sound. Not the wind or forest creatures, but a low, drawn-out hiss, like someone gasping for air in the darkness. I pointed my flashlight towards the trees, but only saw dense shadows like a living wall swallowing up the light. My friends laughed, saying it was the wind or an owl, but I wasn't so sure. The hiss was too rhythmic, too close, as if it was coming from right behind us. As the fire began to burn low, I stood up to fetch more wood and stepped outside the circle of light. The air was freezing, and I heard the sound of a branch snapping, not from me, but from deeper in the forest. I turned around, the flashlight sweeping wildly, and for a split second I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, with long limbs, standing still between two trees, staring directly at me. It didn't move, but I could feel its invisible gaze piercing through me, as if it was assessing its prey. I screamed and ran back to camp, telling everyone, but when we returned to check, there was nothing but faint footprints on the ground. Not human, but from something with long, deep claws. The hissing started again, this time closer, as if it had moved to the edge of the camp. My friends began to worry, but still tried to stay calm, suggesting it was just a wild animal. I didn't believe them. Wild animals don't hiss like that. They don't leave a chilling sensation like death creeping down your spine. As I sat down, an unbearable stench suddenly filled the air. Not the smell of earth or water, but the smell of a corpse rotting for a long time. The fire flared up strangely, as if something had blown into it, and in the flickering light I saw that figure again, standing just outside the camp, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp teeth, shaking with every hiss. We were silent, looking at each other, hearts pounding in our chests. I yelled at everyone to get into the tent, but just as we stood up, the hiss turned into a growl, deep, rumbling, as if coming from the depths of death. The fire blazed fiercely, then went out, leaving us in darkness, lit only by the pale moonlight. I turned on the flashlight, sweeping through the trees, but the light couldn't pierce the darkness. It was swallowed up, as if the forest was closing in to trap us. Footsteps echoed, slow, heavy, stomping on dry leaves and broken branches. I pointed the light toward it, and it appeared, at least 3 meters tall, with deathly pale skin. No eyes, no nose, only a twisted mouth, full of sharp teeth, dripping dark fluid onto the ground. It stood still, its long arms hanging down, claws scraping lightly on the tree trunks, leaving deep gouges. "Run!" I screamed, but my legs felt like they were nailed to the ground, unable to move under its unseen gaze. My friends ran into the tent, pulling me along. But as we zipped it up, the scratching sound came. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Right on the thin fabric. One of its claws pierced through, tearing the tent, and its grotesque mouth pressed against the gap, whispering, "You do not belong here." The voice was cold, hoarse, like it came from a corpse that had rotted for centuries. I screamed, pushing against the tent, but its bony hand reached through, grabbing my friend, Sarah. She screamed, struggling, but it pulled hard, and in an instant, she vanished into the darkness, her scream fading into the frantic hissing. We bolted out of the tent, running toward the car, but the hissing now came from all directions, not just from it, but from dozens of creatures rising from the shadows. They crawled fast like spiders, their pale skin visible under the moonlight, mouths wide open, shaking with horrific growls. I turned back and saw Sarah, or what used to be Sarah, standing among the creatures, her empty eyes, her mouth cracked into a gruesome smile, as if she had become one of them. The car engine roared as we jumped in, but when I hit the gas, a cold hand shot up from the back seat, its claws digging deep into my shoulder. I screamed, swerving wildly, the car crashing over bumpy ground. The hissing blended with the scratching on the car roof, as if they were following, refusing to let go. The headlights lit up the road ahead, but in front of us, dozens of faceless figures stood in our way, claws raised, ready to tear apart anything blocking their path. I floored the gas pedal, the car crashing through the creatures, the sound of claws scraping against the windows and metal deafening. We screamed, trying to stay calm, but the hissing wouldn't stop, coming from all directions, as if the whole forest had come to life to hunt us. Blood dripped from my shoulder onto the seat, the cold hand still gripping tight, pulling me back. I stomped on it, hearing the sickening snap of bones, and the hand pulled back. But the scratching on the car roof grew even more violent, as if they were tearing through the steel. The bumpy road made the car shake, the headlights flashing wildly through the trees. I turned back, seeing dozens of figures crawling fast behind, their claws flashing under the light. "Hurry!" Jake yelled from the passenger seat, but when I glanced over, his eyes were pure white, his mouth starting to crack open. He was transforming, just like Sarah. I screamed, slamming on the brakes, the car skidding on the dirt, crashing into a tree. The window shattered, and Jake leapt out, joining the creatures, his cracked mouth shaking with a hissing sound. Tom and I, the only ones left, jumped out of the car, running through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, our breaths quick in the freezing air. The hissing followed closer now, as if they were playing with us. I tripped and fell into a hole, and Tom pulled me up. But when I looked up, he was standing still, his eyes pure white, his mouth wide open. "No!" I screamed, but Tom had already turned, claws growing from his hands, lunging toward me. I ran, not looking back, barefoot on the cold leaves and dirt. The hissing now came from all directions, like a deadly symphony. I saw an abandoned wooden house ahead, dashed inside, slammed the door, and blocked it with a table. But the scratching continued, from the walls, from the ceiling, as if they had surrounded us. A claw pierced through the wood, tearing the door, and I saw Sarah's tooth-filled mouth press against the gap, whispering, "You are ours." I backed up, slamming into the wall with no way out. Suddenly there was an explosion, blinding light from outside, followed by the roar of engines. A group of hunters, probably from the nearby town, charged in, firing their guns, the headlights making the creatures shrink back, hissing in pain. I screamed for help, and they broke the door, pulling me outside. But when I looked back, Sarah and the others had vanished, only the hissing fading in the distance of the woods. An older hunter looked at me, shaking his head. "You shouldn't have come here," They never give up. We got into the hunter's truck, speeding away from the forest, the sound of gunfire still echoing as they shot into the darkness. I huddled in the seat, trembling, recounting everything, the faceless figures, the hissing, and how they pulled Sarah into the darkness. The older hunter, his name was Hank, was silent, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Then he said, "This wasn't the first time they've appeared. This forest has been here for a long time, and the things that live in it are not human." He told me that decades ago, a group of loggers disappeared without a trace, leaving only shoes behind, just like Sarah, Jake, and Tom. The truck drove over the bumpy dirt road, the headlights cutting through the darkness, but I still heard the hissing, far away, but not gone. Hank took me to a small inn in town, telling me to rest, but I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's tooth-filled mouth, heard the hissing echoing in my head. The next morning, I found a scrap of paper under my pillow, a scrawled message, "You have been chosen." Beside it was a streak of black fluid smelling of rot, just like in the woods. I screamed, running outside to find Hank, but he had already left with the hunters, leaving a note. "Don't come back." I returned to the city trying to forget everything, but the hissing never stopped. Every night it echoed, not from the forest but from somewhere near me, inside the house, outside the window. One time I woke up in the middle of the night, seeing a faceless figure standing outside under the streetlight, its mouth wide open in a smile. I called the police, but when they arrived, there was nothing but the streak of black fluid on the porch, the same rotting smell from that night. I moved houses, but the hissing still follows, like a curse I can't escape. A week later, I received a message from an unknown number, a short video. When I opened it, I saw Sarah, Jake, and Tom standing in the woods, their eyes pure white, their mouths wide open, whispering in unison, "You can't escape." The video ended with a piercing hiss, and my phone became hot, the screen cracking. I screamed, dropping it, but when I picked it up, there was no trace of the video, only black fluid leaking from the cracks, soaking into the floor. Now, I live in constant fear. Every gust of wind, every shadow, I jump, my heart racing. I started researching the forest, looking online, asking locals. An old woman in the nearby town told me that the forest was once the site of an ancient ritual. A group of people disappeared, leaving a curse that anyone who enters will be chosen by the forest. She warned me that they don't just want to kill, they want to make me one of them, just like Sarah and the others. Last night I heard scratching, not outside the door but from the ceiling. I looked up, seeing a long crack, just like the one in the forest, and black fluid started dripping down, falling drop by drop onto the floor. The hissing grew louder, closer than ever, and I know they found me. I don't know how much longer I have, but I'm sure of one thing. They won't stop, and one day when I have nowhere else to hide, they will pull me into the darkness forever. A few years ago, I went camping with my dog Max in a forest in upstate New York. It was late autumn and the air was sharp and cold, with most of the leaves already fallen, leaving the bare branches stretching out into the night. I set up my tent near a stream, lit a small fire to keep warm. Max, a large German shepherd, curled up beside me, his bright eyes alert as always, though he was usually very calm. As night fell, the forest sank into silence, with only the sound of the water trickling and the occasional crackle from the fire. I crawled into the tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and tried to sleep under the flickering light of the fire through the fabric. But around midnight I was suddenly woken. Max was growling softly, his eyes fixed on the darkness outside. A cold gust of air swept through, not from the wind, but as if something had just brushed past the tent. I gripped my flashlight tightly, my heart racing, the unease creeping into every breath. There was something out there. I knew it, and Max knew it too. I unzipped the tent and stuck my head out to look. I shined the flashlight outside, but all I saw were trees and darkness. The light swept over the bare trunks. No movement, no sound, except for Max's low growl. Then I heard it, a strange tapping sound like branches knocking together about 50 yards away. It wasn't random. It had a rhythm, steady, as if someone was deliberately making it. The fur on Max's back stood on end, and he sprang up, barking loudly, his voice echoing through the woods, sending chills down my spine. I stepped out of the tent, flashlight in hand, the light trembling in the dark. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, my voice shaking from the cold and fear. But the tapping stopped immediately, as if whatever was causing it knew I was looking. The forest became unbearably silent. No wind, no animal sounds, just my and Max's breath. I told myself it could be a mischievous raccoon or a deer accidentally breaking a branch. "Calm down, Max," I said, gently patting his head, though I didn't believe the explanation myself. I crawled back into the tent, but Max's eyes remained fixed on the darkness, as if it saw something I couldn't. I had barely started to fall asleep when the tapping came again, this time closer, only about 20 yards away. Max barked wildly, pulling at the leash, his eyes glowing in the dark. I jumped up, one hand gripping the flashlight, the other holding onto my pocket knife, my heart pounding in my chest, ready to explode. "Go away!" I shouted into the dark, shining the flashlight everywhere, but the light only revealed the bare branches. The tapping stopped, but this time, a new sound emerged, a low, sharp whistle from the same direction. It cut through, the air like a knife, cold and menacing. I didn't wait any longer. Adrenaline coursing through me, I rushed to pack up my things, the tent, the sleeping bag, everything, tossing them into the car. Max jumped into the back seat, still growling, his eyes never leaving the forest. I started the car, the tires screeching on the dirt as I sped out of the woods into the night. The whistle seemed to follow, echoing from a distance, blending with the sound of the wind rushing through the open window. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. We stepped back, our hearts pounding in our chests as the skinny hand scratched, harder, tearing through the stone slab as if it were paper. As we stepped into the room, the air grew heavy, as though something was pressing on my chest, and I heard the whispers, low, faint, like the wind echoing through the cave. But now, the whispers had turned into a screech, deep, rumbling, like the breath of something that did not belong to this world. Sarah turned on her camera, taking continuous shots, the flash flickering wildly, and with each flash I saw it more clearly. The creature was at least 3 meters tall, with pale, corpse-like skin, no eyes, no nose, just a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, oozing black liquid onto the floor. It stood up slowly, its long legs dragging across the stone, leaving deep claw marks. Mark rushed to the wall, banging with his geological hammer, yelling that there had to be another exit. But his banging was drowned out by the screeching, now coming not just from the creature in front of us, but from all sides, as if the entire room was coming alive. Anna clutched her head, muttering, "This is not a tomb. This is a prison." She pointed at the symbols on the wall, interlocking circles deeply scratched as if by claws, and she whispered, "It says something is imprisoned here, and we've just broken the seal." The stone slab shattered, and the creature fully emerged, its mouth wide open, exhaling a foul stench of decaying flesh. I screamed, pulling everyone back, but Tom tripped and fell to the floor. and the creature's skinny hand grabbed his leg. Tom screamed, struggling, his nails scraping the stone, but it pulled hard, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the crack beneath the stone, his screams dying away amid the creature's frantic screeches. Sarah screamed, rushing forward, but I held her back, shouting, "No! We need to find a way out!" The screeches now echoed from all around the room, from the walls, from the ceiling, as if dozens of other creatures were emerging. I shone the flashlight on the walls, and to my horror, the faceless figures were no longer just murals. They were stepping out of the stone, with pale skin, long claws, crawling down like spiders, their mouths trembling with horrifying growls. Mark screamed, swinging his backpack at one, but it merely tilted its head, then lunged, its claws tearing through his shoulder, pulling him into the darkness. Mark's scream echoed, then faded, leaving only the sound of scratching. I pulled Anna and Sarah toward the corner of the room, where there was a small crack leading deeper into the earth. We crawled through, the stones scraping our skin. Blood dripping from my arm, but the screeching was still chasing us, closer, closer. The crack led to a narrow corridor, the walls covered in ancient symbols, not writing, but chaotic scratches, as if carved in madness. Anna whispered, "This is a warning. We've awakened something that shouldn't have woken." I didn't answer, only pulling her forward. But when I looked back, I saw Tom's faceless figure standing at the end of the corridor, his eyes wide, his mouth cracked into a grin, as if he had become one of them. The corridor led to a smaller room with a deep pit in the center, black liquid bubbling beneath it, emitting a foul stench that made me dizzy. The screeches now came from the pit, and another hand emerged, its claws digging into the edge of the stone, pulling its emaciated body up. I screamed, pushing Anna and Sarah back, but from the walls, dozens of other figures emerged, surrounding us, their mouths wide open, whispering in unison, "You belong to us." Sarah raised her camera, her hands trembling, but when the flash went off, the light only made them flinch for a second before they charged forward faster, their claws raised, ready to tear us apart. I swung the flashlight, hitting one, but it just tilted its head, exhaling a chilling breath, and its claws dug deep into my hand, blood dripping onto the floor. Anna screamed, pulling me back, but another creature lunged, grabbing Sarah's leg, pulling her toward the pit. Sarah screamed, struggling, her camera falling to the ground, but it pulled harder, and she disappeared into the pit, her screams merging with the screeching from below. I rushed forward, trying to pull Sarah up, but Anna held me back, shouting, "No, it's taken her already." The western desert of Egypt stretched endlessly under the scorching sun, with golden sand shimmering like a sea of fire that had no end. It was here that I, a 35-year-old archaeologist named Daniel Carter, had spent my life exploring the mysteries buried beneath the dust of time. I loved the feeling of touching ancient stones, reading the characters that had been carved by hand thousands of years ago, but no expedition made me feel as uneasy as this one. The trip to the Nameless Tomb, a newly discovered site thanks to satellite mapping, deep in the desert where no one lived. I am an archaeologist, having spent my life uncovering forgotten ruins underground, but no exploration had ever scared me as much as the last time in the western desert of Egypt. My team consisted of 5 people. Anna, an expert in ancient languages with messy brown hair and sharp eyes. Mark, a tall geologist who always carried a seismograph as his inseparable tool. Sarah, a young photographer passionate about capturing every moment. Tom, my assistant, a quiet yet reliable guy. And me, leading the expedition with hopes of discovering a lifetime achievement. We arrived in the desert on a sweltering July day, setting up camp near a large crack in the ground, the entrance to what was believed to be an ancient tomb. The local Bedouins, who lived several kilometers away, had warned us before we left. They called this place the Nameless Tomb, a name that sounded like a whisper in the wind. They told us that centuries ago, those who entered never came back, and that the place was cursed by the Faceless Ones, creatures that lived in the darkness waiting for intruders. I laughed off their stories, thinking they were just superstitions of desert people. But when I stood before the crack, I felt an unusual chill crawl up my neck, even though the sun was still burning overhead. The crack was narrow, just wide enough for one person to slip through, leading to a steep stone staircase that descended deep into the earth covered in dust and cobwebs. I went first, flashlight in hand, the light illuminating the worn steps, as though they had been frequently used thousands of years ago. The air inside was heavy, damp, carrying the scent of old earth and something indefinable. Not quite the smell of decay, but like the breath of something that had died long ago but was still alive. Anna followed closely behind, quickly jotting down the characters carved on the walls, strange shapes that didn't resemble the hieroglyphs she was used to. "This is not something I've seen before," she murmured, her voice trembling. "It's older, deeper, like from a forgotten era." Mark examined the stone with a geological hammer, frowning as he realized the stones were cut too perfectly, not with ancient tools, but with something beyond our imagination. "Who made this place?" he asked, but no one answered. Sarah raised her camera, taking continuous shots, the flash illuminating the dark corners of the stairwell. Tom remained silent, carrying the tool bag, but I noticed his eyes darting around, as if sensing something we hadn't yet noticed. The staircase led us deeper, through narrow, dusty corridors, until we reached a large room with a high ceiling, its walls covered in murals. Twisted human figures with no eyes, no noses, just mouths wide open filled with sharp teeth stood around a strange circular symbol in the center of the room. At the center was a large stone slab, its surface carved, with intricate lines that Anna tried to decipher. She read aloud, "He who enters will belong to the darkness." I scoffed, thinking it was just an ancient threat to scare off tomb robbers. But when Sarah snapped another picture, the flash illuminated a figure, tall, gaunt, with pale white skin, standing in the corner of the room staring directly at us. It disappeared as the light went out, but my heart was pounding and Sarah whispered, "Did you guys see that?" I nodded, trying to stay calm, but now the whispers were clearer. No longer the wind, but a voice, hoarse and cold, repeating, "You have come." We turned to check the exit, but the staircase was now pitch black, as if the darkness had swallowed it whole. Mark screamed, his seismograph shaking violently, though there were no signs of an earthquake. I shone my flashlight on the ceiling, and to my horror, the murals on the walls began to change. The faceless figures now moved, bending down, as if watching us from above. A sudden stench filled the air, not the smell of earth or stone, but the rotting odor of long-dead corpses flooding the room like an invisible wave. Anna screamed, pointing at the stone slab. A streak of black liquid was oozing from a crack, dripping onto the floor, smoking as it touched the earth. The whispers turned into a screech, low, drawn out, like the breath of dozens of creatures, hiding in the shadows. I ordered the team to retreat, but as we turned back to the entrance, a loud crash echoed. The stone slab trembled, cracked open, and from beneath it, a skeletal hand with long black claws emerged, scraping across the stone. We stood frozen, barely breathing, as its grotesque tooth-filled mouth appeared, whispering, "You cannot escape." We stepped back, our hearts pounding in our chests as the skinny hand scratched harder, tearing through the stone slab as if it were paper. As we stepped into the room, the air grew heavy, as though something was pressing on my chest, and I heard the whispers, low, faint, like the wind echoing through the cave. But now, the whispers had turned into a screech, deep, rumbling, like the breath of something that did not belong to this world. Sarah turned on her camera, taking continuous shots, the flash flickering wildly, and with each flash I saw it more clearly. The creature was at least 3 meters tall, with pale corpse-like skin, no eyes, no nose, just a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, oozing black liquid onto the floor. It stood up slowly, its long legs dragging across the stone, leaving deep claw marks. Mark rushed to the wall, banging with his geological hammer, yelling that there had to be another exit, but his banging was drowned out by the screeching, now coming not just from the creature in front of us, but from all sides, as if the entire room was coming alive. Anna clutched her head, muttering, "This is not a tomb. This is a prison." She pointed at the symbols on the wall, interlocking circles, deeply scratched as if by claws, and she whispered, "It says something is imprisoned here, and we've just broken the seal." The stone slab shattered, and the creature fully emerged, its mouth wide open, exhaling a foul stench of decaying flesh. I screamed, pulling everyone back, but Tom tripped and fell to the floor, and the creature's skinny hand grabbed his leg. Tom screamed, struggling, his nails scraping the stone, but it pulled hard, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the crack beneath the stone, his screams dying away amid the creature's frantic screeches. Sarah screamed, rushing forward, but I held her back, shouting, "No! We need to find a way out!" The screeches now echoed from all around the room, from the walls, from the ceiling, as if dozens of other creatures were emerging. I shone the flashlight on the walls, and to my horror, the faceless figures were no longer just murals. They were stepping out of the stone, with pale skin, long claws, crawling down like spiders, their mouths trembling with horrifying growls. Mark screamed, swinging his backpack at one, but it merely tilted its head, then lunged, its claws tearing through his shoulder, pulling him into the darkness. Mark's scream echoed, then faded, leaving only the sound of scratching. I pulled Anna and Sarah toward the corner of the room, where there was a small crack leading deeper into the earth. We crawled through, the stones scraping our skin, blood dripping from my arm, but the screeching was still chasing us, closer, closer. The crack led to a narrow corridor, the walls covered in ancient symbols, not writing, but chaotic scratches, as if carved in madness. Anna whispered, "This is a warning. We've awakened something that shouldn't have woken." I didn't answer, only pulling her forward. But when I looked back, I saw Tom's faceless figure standing at the end of the corridor, his eyes wide, his mouth cracked into a grin, as if he had become one of them. The corridor led to a smaller room, with a deep pit in the center, black liquid bubbling beneath it, emitting a foul stench that made me dizzy. The screeches now came from the pit, and another hand emerged, its claws digging into the edge of the stone, pulling its emaciated body up. I screamed, pushing Anna and Sarah back, but from the walls, dozens of other figures emerged, surrounding us, their mouths wide open, whispering in unison, "You belong to us." Sarah raised her camera, her hands trembling, but when the flash went off, the light only made them flinch for a second before they charged forward faster, their claws raised, ready to tear us apart. I swung the flashlight, hitting one, but it just tilted its head, exhaling a chilling breath, and its claws dug deep into my hand, blood dripping onto the floor. Anna screamed, pulling me back, but another creature lunged, grabbing Sarah's leg, pulling her toward the pit. Sarah screamed, struggling, her camera falling to the ground, but it pulled harder, and she disappeared into the pit, her screams merging with the screeching from below. I rushed forward, trying to pull Sarah up, but Anna held me back, shouting, "No, it's taken her already!" I stood still, unable to breathe, as the screech echoed from the pit, the black liquid bubbling more violently, as if Sarah's blood had triggered it. I screamed for Anna and Sarah to run, but there was nowhere to go. We were trapped in the underground room, the screeching echoing like a deathly choir. But now, it was just me and Anna. Sarah had vanished, and the creatures were closing in, their claws scraping across the stone floor, leaving black streaks that hissed with smoke. Anna clutched her notebook tightly, mumbling the last symbols she had deciphered. "The survivor will carry the curse." I swung the flashlight, hitting one of the creatures, but it merely tilted its head, its mouth wide open, exhaling a foul stench, and its claws tore through my sleeve, scratching deep into my skin. Blood dripped to the floor, and the black liquid from the pit rose, surrounding my legs like an invisible hand. Anna lunged forward, screaming, "We need to find a way out." But when we turned back, the corridor was now pitch dark, as if the darkness had swallowed everything. The screeching rose from all sides, and I saw Tom's faceless shadow, or what had once been Tom, walking toward us, its long arms hanging loosely, its claws scraping the floor, its mouth trembling with the whisper, "You cannot run." I screamed, pulling Anna to run toward another crack in the wall. But when we crawled through, the screeching followed, closer than ever. The crack led to a vast cave with a high ceiling filled with jagged stalactites like the teeth of a monster. In the center was a stone altar, covered in symbols, and on it was a small stone faintly glowing under the flashlight. Anna whispered, "This is the key. It can break the curse." I rushed to touch the stone, but as my hand made contact, a horrifying roar erupted from the pit, and the ground shook, the stalactites falling like rain. The creatures rose from all sides, from the pit, from the walls, from the ceiling. Dozens, hundreds, their mouths wide open, shrieking wildly. I screamed, holding tightly onto the stone, but it was burning hot, scorching my hand, and the black liquid from the floor rose up, surrounding my legs like an invisible hand. Anna lunged forward, screaming, "Smash it! Break it!" I slammed the stone to the ground, hitting it hard, and a deafening explosion rang out. A blinding light burst forth, making the creatures shrink back, screeching in pain. But when the light faded, I saw Anna standing still, her eyes white, her mouth cracked into a grin. "No!" I screamed, but she lunged at me, claws growing from her hands, scratching my shoulder. I kicked hard, pushed her back, and ran toward the only exit, a small crack leading upwards. The screeching followed, but the light from the stone seemed to slow them down. I crawled through, the stone scraping my skin, and when I looked back, I saw Anna, or what had once been Anna, standing at the end of the cave, whispering, "You will carry them with you." The cave trembled. Stones fell from the ceiling, and I climbed up, my nails scraping the rock, blood dripping from the wounds. I emerged into the desert air, the scorching heat filling my lungs, but the screeching still echoed from the crack behind me. I ran back to the campsite barefoot, stepping on the hot sand, sweat dripping down my face. But when I arrived, the tent was empty, the gear was scattered, as if the entire group had never existed. I jumped into the car, my hands shaking as I started the engine, and sped off, the dust flying in a haze behind me. But when I glanced into the rearview mirror, I saw Tom's faceless shadow standing in the middle of the desert, his mouth wide, open in a grin, as if he was waiting for me to turn back. The car raced through the desert, the wheels sinking into the sand, the engine roaring in the silence. I slammed the accelerator to the floor, my heart pounding, but the screeching didn't stop. It echoed in my head, in the wind, in the engine noise. Blood from my shoulder trickled down onto the seat. The scratch from Anna, or whatever, had once been Anna, burning like fire. I tried to stay calm, telling myself I had escaped, that the light from the stone had driven them back. But deep inside, I knew that wasn't true. Anna's whisper echoed in my mind. You will carry them with you. The sky grew darker, the sun setting behind the sand dunes, painting the desert a fiery red. I drove for hours, never stopping, never daring to look back. But when the last light finally faded, I heard the scratching. Not from outside, but from inside the car. I jumped, turned around, and saw a trail of black liquid oozing from the back seat, steaming as it touched my skin. I screamed, swerving the wheel wildly, the car sliding across the sand, nearly tipping over. When I stopped, I grabbed the flashlight and shined it into the back seat. Nothing but the black liquid, but the foul stench filled the air, making me dizzy. I jumped out of the car, standing in the desert, the cold wind blowing through, carrying a distant screech. I looked around, but only saw darkness and sand. No sign of life, no sign of salvation. I turned back to the car, deciding, to drive on, but when I reached for the door handle, a cold hand grab bed my wrist from inside. I screamed, yanking my hand away, and saw the faceless shadow of Sarah sitting in the back seat, her mouth wide open, trembling with the screeching sound. I ran far away, falling into the sand, and when I looked back, the car was empty, but the window was now covered in scratches, as if she had been there. I ran on foot, leaving the car behind, barefoot on the cold sand, gasping in the night air. The screeching chased me, closer, sharper, as if they were playing with me. I stumbled, fell into a sand pit, and when I looked up, I saw dozens of faceless figures standing on top of a sand dune, looking down at me under the moonlight. They didn't move, just stood still, their mouths wide open, trembling in unison with a screech. I screamed, crawling out of the pit, running again, but my legs ached, and blood from the scratches soaked my shirt. After hours, I saw a light, a small gas station on the edge of the desert, where truck drivers often stop. I rushed in, shouting for help, but the old attendant looked at me strangely, as if he knew I was running from something. "You came from the tomb, didn't you?" he asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded, stammering through the story, the faceless shadow, the screeching, and how they took each person from my group. He shook his head, handed me a cup of water, and said, "You're not the first. They never stop." I sat huddled in the gas station holding the cup of water, but the screeching still echoed, not from outside, but from somewhere in my head. I looked out the window and saw the faceless shadow of Mark standing under the street lamp, his claws scraping the sand, leaving black streaks that hissed with smoke. I screamed, dropping the cup, but when the attendant ran over, the figure had disappeared. Only the scratch marks on the sand remained, the only evidence. I huddled in the gas station, my hand trembling as I clutched a cup of cold water, but the screeching still echoed in my head like an unshakable curse. The old attendant, with a face full of wrinkles and deep-set eyes, looked at me as if I were someone already doomed. "They never stop," he repeated, his voice gravelly, then turned away, leaving me with the fear gnawing at me bit by bit. I looked out the window, the street light flickering in the desert night, and for a moment I thought I saw the faceless shadow of Mark, or whatever had once been Mark, standing still under the light, his claws scraping the sand, leaving black streaks that hissed with smoke. But when I blinked, it was gone, and all that remained was the wind blowing through, carrying a distant screech. I couldn't stay here. The screech wasn't just a sound. It was a beckoning, a threat, pulling me back to the tomb of the nameless. I knew I had left something behind, the glowing stone, the light that had made the creatures recoil, but also turned Anna into one of them. I needed to understand what was happening, find a way to break the curse before it consumed me completely. I stood up, grabbed my backpack from the car, left the scratched-up vehicle behind and decided to go back. Not to confront them, but to find the answers. The journey back to the desert was long and cold, the night wind blowing through the sand, making sounds like the whispers of 1,000 voices. I walked, flashlight in hand, the light casting over the endless dunes. After hours, I arrived at the crack, the entrance to the tomb of the Nameless. It was still there, dark and silent, like a mouth wide open waiting for its prey. I took a deep breath, feeling the cold air crawl across my neck, and descended the stone stairs once more. When we entered, the air grew heavy, as if something was pressing on my chest, and I heard the whispers, low, vague, like the wind echoing through the cave. But now I was alone, and the whispers had turned into screeches, deep, drawn out, like the breath of dozens of creatures hiding in the darkness. I shined my flashlight on the walls, seeing the strange symbols that Anna had tried to decipher, lines that didn't resemble ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but seemed to be scratched in a frenzy, as if carved by claws. I ventured deeper, past the large room with the shattered stone where Tom had been pulled down, and continued into the narrow corridor leading to the cave where I had broken the glowing stone. The cave was just as I had left it, the ceiling high, filled with jagged stalactites like the teeth of a monster. But the altar was now empty. The glowing stone was gone, leaving only small shattered pieces glittering under the beam of my flashlight. I knelt down, picking up a shard, feeling it burn hot in my hand, as if still holding some power. The screeching came from the deep pit in the center of the cave, the black liquid bubbling beneath, releasing the putrid smell that made me dizzy. I stepped back, but when I shined the flashlight around the cave, I noticed a new opening. Small, hidden behind a large stalagmite, as if it had just been revealed after the stone broke. I crawled through the opening, the stone scraping my skin, blood dripping from my shoulder, but I didn't stop. The opening led to another, deeper, darker corridor, the walls covered with faceless drawings, tall, thin creatures with long claws, standing around a large circular symbol. I walked on, the corridor leading to a larger room, the ceiling low, the air so thick that I had to gasp for breath. In the center of the room was another altar, but this time it wasn't a stone. It was a book, its worn, tattered cover covered in dust and dried black liquid. I approached it, my hands shaking as I touched the book. When I opened it, I saw handwritten pages, scribbled text, mixed with the ancient symbols Anna had mentioned. A large inscription, scratched deeply with claws, stood out on the first page. The one who reads will see the truth. The one who sees will carry the curse. I whispered the words, and the screeching grew louder. Not from the pit, but right behind me. I turned around, the flashlight shining on the faceless shadow of Sarah, standing still in the corner of the room, her mouth wide open, trembling with a screech, claws scraping the stone floor. I screamed, stepping back, but she didn't charge. She just stood there, staring at me with her white eyes as if waiting. I held the book, quickly flipping through the pages, searching for an answer. The text told of an ancient ritual performed by a nameless group of people to imprison beings from the darkness beneath the earth. They called them the Faceless, creatures not from this world, sealed away by 3 stones, one to imprison, one to awaken, and one to destroy. I realized the glowing stone I had broken was the Awakening Stone, and now they had been freed. The screeching grew closer, and when I saw the shadows of Tom and Mark appear in 2 other corners, surrounding me, their mouths wide open, whispering in unison. You have chosen. I screamed, holding the book, running toward the opening. But as I crawled through, a cold hand grabbed my leg, pulling hard. I kicked, hearing a bone snap, and escaped, but the screeching followed, echoing through the corridor. I ran through the corridor, the book clutched tightly in my hands, blood from my leg dripping onto the floor, leaving a red trail on the stone. The screeching came from all sides, as if the entire cave was coming alive to hunt me down. I tripped, fell to the ground, and the book slipped from my grasp, landing open on the page with a drawing, a large circle of symbols with 3 stones, placed at 3 corners and dozens of faceless creatures standing around, claws raised as if performing a ritual. I picked up the book, flipped through it, and found a long passage written in faded ink, but still legible. The passage told of a group of people thousands of years ago, not Egyptians, but from an older, forgotten civilization, who discovered a crack in the desert leading to the Shadow Realm, an alternate dimension where the faceless creatures resided. They called them the Soul Eaters, for they did not just kill, but also possessed the bodies and minds of their victims, turning them into part of themselves. In their desperation, the group performed a ritual, using 3 stones to seal the crack, preventing the faceless from spilling into the world. But the ritual came at a cost. Each stone was bound with a curse. If broken, they would release the faceless, and the one who broke them would carry the curse. I read on, my heart pounding, realizing that the first stone, the imprisoning stone, had long been broken, perhaps by another expedition that the Bedouins had spoken of. The second stone, the awakening stone, was the one I had broken, fully releasing them. The third stone, the destroying stone, was still somewhere in the tomb, and that was the only hope to end it all. But the book warned, the one who seeks the destroying stone will face the deepest darkness, and no one survives to tell the tale. The screeching grew louder, and I saw Anna's shadow appear at the end of the corridor, her white eyes, claws scraping the walls, leaving black streaks that hissed with smoke. I screamed, running faster, the book tightly clutched in my hands, but the corridor led to another room, smaller, with a low ceiling, walls covered in symbols and drawings. In the center was a stone pedestal. On it sat an old wooden box, covered in dust and dried black liquid. I rushed to it, opened the box, and inside was a piece of paper. Not modern paper, but a piece of ancient leather, written in red ink like blood. The paper was a diary from a survivor, calling himself the Eye Chronicler. He wrote that he was the last member of the group that performed the ritual, and after sealing the faceless, he was trapped in the tomb, unable to escape. He described how the faceless roared in the dark, scratching the walls looking for a way out, and how they whispered his name every night, driving him to madness. He left this paper, along with a hand-drawn map, pointing the way to the destroying stone. A deeper room, hidden behind the blood corridor, where everything living turns into darkness. I looked at the map, realizing that the blood corridor was to the west of the cave, through a narrow passage filled with sharp stalactites. I shoved the paper into my bag, held the book tightly, and ran toward it. But the screeching grew louder, not just from Anna, but from dozens of other creatures emerging from the walls, crawling like spiders, their claws barely visible beneath the flashlight's beam. I dashed into the narrow passage, the stalactites scraping my skin, blood dripping onto the floor, and the screeching followed, closer than ever. The blood corridor lived up to its name. The walls were stained red, not with paint but with dried blood from thousands of years ago, releasing a putrid smell that made me nauseous. I continued, the flashlight casting light on the faceless drawings, but this time they had long arms holding daggers, as if performing a sacrificial ritual. The screeching came from behind me, and I turned, seeing the figures of Sarah, Tom and Mark crawling behind, their mouths wide open, trembling with terrifying growls. I screamed, running faster, but I tripped over a piece of stone and fell, the book slipping from my hands, landing open on the final page. The final page contained a large inscription, written in black ink. The destroying stone does not break. The curse. It opens the door to the shadow realm. I screamed, realizing that seeking the destroying stone was not the way to stop it, but the way to fully release the faceless into the world. The screeching grew louder, and I saw Anna's figure charge toward me, claws raised ready to tear me apart. I screamed, stepping back, grabbing the book and running, Anna's claws slashing across my shoulder, leaving a burning scratch. The blood corridor led to a vast room with a high ceiling, full of massive stone columns, like the vertebrae of some gigantic monster. In the center was a large circle of symbols, etched deep into the floor, and on it sat the destroying stone, a black slab, faintly glowing with red light, like veins pulsing under the surface. I stood still, breathing heavily, the book clutched tightly in my hands, but the screeching now came from all sides, not just from Anna, but from dozens of faceless creatures emerging from the shadows, surrounding me. I quickly flipped through the book, searching for any answers, and discovered a passage obscured by dried black liquid. I scraped it away with my nails, reading aloud. The faceless are not creatures. They are the darkness of ourselves, born from the fear and guilt of humanity. I stopped, my heart pounding, realizing that the faceless weren't from another dimension, but were the embodiment of darkness within the human soul, bound by the ancient people to protect the world from itself. The ritual hadn't just sealed them away, it had also sealed their fear. And when I broke the awakening stone, I had unleashed not just the faceless, but the darkness within myself and my group. The screeching intensified, and I saw Sarah's figure charge toward me, claws scraping the floor, leaving black streaks that hissed with smoke. I screamed, stepping back, but she stopped, her mouth wide open, shaking with a whisper. "You made me." I was horrified to realize that Sarah and Tom, Mark, Anna, weren't just transformed, but their darkness had been magnified, made tangible by the faceless, turning them into living entities. I looked into her white eyes, seeing a reflection of myself, not Daniel Carter, but a distorted version, filled with fear and guilt from the years I had buried deep inside. I stepped back, crashing into a stone column, and the book fell to the ground, opening to the page with the destroying stone's illustration. The words beneath read, "Breaking the destroying stone will open the door, but only the one who accepts their darkness can close it." I screamed, realizing that the destroying stone wasn't the solution. It was the door to the shadow realm where the faceless were born, and if I broke it, they would spill into the world. But if I accepted my darkness, the fear, arrogance, and greed that led me here, I could seal them back. The screeching grew louder, and I saw the figures of Tom, Mark, and Anna charging toward me alongside Sarah, claws raised, ready to tear me apart. I screamed, running to the destroying stone, my hand touching its cold surface, and a surge of electricity ran through my body, causing me to fall to the ground. Images flashed through my mind, memories I had buried, the time I abandoned a colleague during an excavation for personal gain, the time I ignored the warnings of the locals because of ambition, the time I let Tom die without trying to save him. I screamed, clutching my head, but the screeching turned into laughter, hoarse, cold, as if they were mocking me. I stood up, my hand gripping the destroying stone, but I didn't break it. Instead, I screamed, "I know what you are. You are me." The screeching stopped for a moment and the creatures stood still, their mouths open, shaking with a whisper. "You accept?" I nodded, tears streaming down my face, and said, "I accept. I am the darkness, and I will seal you again." A loud explosion rang out from the destroying stone. Red light erupted, making the creatures shrink back, but it didn't break. Instead, the circle of symbols on the floor began to glow, and the ground trembled, pulling them down. But when the light faded, I heard the screeching. Not from the creatures, but from deep within me. I looked down at my hands, seeing black claws sprouting. And when I looked at the destroying stone, I saw my reflection. No eyes, no nose, only a wide open mouth full of sharp teeth. I screamed, realizing that accepting the darkness didn't seal them. It turned me into one of them. The screeching echoed from all sides of the cave, and I knew I had no way back. I stood still in the vast room, my hands trembling, the new black claws sprouting from my fingertips lurking under the beam of the flashlight. The destroying stone still lay on the circle of symbols, its weak red light casting a distorted reflection of my face. No eyes, no nose, only a wide-open mouth full of sharp teeth. The screeching echoed from all around the cave, not only from outside, but from deep within me, as though a part of me had merged with the darkness I had just accepted. I screamed, my voice hoarse, no longer human, but I couldn't stop. I had to find a way to end this curse, no matter the cost. The ground trembled violently. The massive stone columns in the room swayed, dust falling from the ceiling like rain. The screeching turned into a growl, deep, rumbling, as if coming from the depths of death itself, causing me to step back and crash into one of the columns. The circle of symbols on the floor blazed, with light, the red light flaring up, and from the center a massive crack opened, black liquid bubbling up, smoking as it touched the air. I screamed and recoiled, but a gigantic hand, larger than anything I'd ever seen, with claws as long as daggers, shot up from the crack, sinking deep into the stone floor, pulling a colossal creature from below. It emerged, towering at least 10 meters tall, its skin pale like a corpse, with no eyes, no nose, only a mouth stretched wide from ear to ear, full of sharp, jagged teeth, dripping black liquid onto the floor. Its long arms hung limply, its claws scraping the stone, leaving deep gouges, and its body twisted like a giant snake, but with dozens of smaller limbs sprouting from each side, each one armed with razor-sharp claws. I stood frozen, unable to breathe, as it tilted its head, its mouth shaking with a growl that made the entire cave tremble. The screeches from Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna, the ones who were once my friends, rose in unison, like a choir welcoming their king. They crawled out from the shadows, surrounding the circle of symbols, their mouths wide open in a grin, their white eyes staring at me. I screamed, stepping back, but the colossal creature, which I called the Faceless King, lunged forward, its claws raised, tearing through a stone column like it was paper. I rolled to the side, debris falling around me, and ran toward the destroying stone, clutching the book I had found earlier. I flipped through the pages quickly, searching for anything about this creature, and found a short passage written in red ink. The King of the Faceless, the ruler of darkness, born from the deepest fear of humanity. Only the destroying stone can control it, but the one who holds the stone will become its vessel. I screamed, realizing that the destroying stone not only opened the door to the shadow realm, but also was the key to controlling the Faceless King. But the price was that I would become its vessel, a part of the darkness forever. The growl echoed louder, and the Faceless King charged forward, its claws sweeping through, tearing apart the stone floor just in front of me. I jumped back, but a smaller limb from its body reached out, grabbing my leg, pulling me harshly. I screamed, struggling, kicking at the limb, but it tightened its grip, its claws sinking deep into my skin, blood spilling out, mingling with the black liquid on the floor. Sarah charged forward, claws raised, but I swung the book, slamming it into her head, causing her to stumble back, screeching in pain. I seized the opportunity, crawling toward the destroying stone, my hand touching its cold surface. A surge of electricity shot through my body, knocking me to the floor, and images flashed through my mind. Not my memories, but those of the faceless king. I saw endless darkness, millions of faceless creatures crawling on the ground, and a world consumed by black liquid where humanity no longer existed. I screamed, clutching my head, but the growl of the faceless king drowned out my voice, and it charged forward, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow me whole. I gripped the destroying stone, screaming, "Stop!" And red light erupted from the stone, causing the creature to recoil, screeching in agony. But when the light faded, I felt a cold surge enter my body, and the claws on my hands grew longer, darker, sharper. I looked down, seeing my skin turn pale, and the screeching echoed from my own mouth. The faceless king tilted its head, its mouth shaking with a whisper. "You are me," I screamed, realizing that the destroying stone did not control it. It connected me to it, turning me into a part of it. I backed away, gripping the destroying stone tightly, but my body no longer felt like my own. Every movement was heavy, as if the darkness was consuming me from the inside out. The screeching echoed throughout the cave, and I saw Sarah and Mark step out of the shadows. No longer the small, familiar figures they once were, but larger, more distorted, as though they had evolved since I accepted the darkness within me. Sarah was taller, her long legs dragging along the ground, claws scraping the stone, leaving behind black smoking streaks. Mark now had two smaller arms growing out of his shoulders, each with sharp claws, and his mouth was split open all the way to his ears, leaking black liquid onto the floor. They stood still, staring at me with their white, empty eyes, their mouths trembling with a whisper. "You have called us." I screamed and backed away, but Tom and Anna also appeared, surrounding me, their claws raised as if ready to tear me apart. The faceless king stood behind them, its mouth wide open, vibrating with a growl, as though commanding them to attack. I clutched the destroying stone, shouting, "I am not you!" But my voice was hoarse, no longer human, and the red light from the stone flared weakly, not enough to push them back. Sarah lunged forward, claws sweeping across, and I rolled to avoid her, but she was faster than I expected, quickly spinning around and grabbing my shoulder, pulling me sharply. I screamed, struggling, but Mark charged from behind, his claws sinking deep into my back, blood spilling out and soaking into the stone floor. I kicked hard, pushing Sarah off, and swung the destroying stone, smashing it into Mark's head, making him stumble back, screeching in pain. But Tom and Anna didn't give me a chance to breathe. They charged at the same time, their claws raking at my legs, pulling me down to the ground. I screamed, clutching my head, but the screeching from my own mouth mixed with theirs, and I felt the darkness inside me growing stronger, as if it were devouring my will. The faceless king moved closer, its gigantic claws raised, ready to finish me off, but I screamed, "No!" And the red light from the destroying stone flared up once again, making them recoil in agony. Seizing the opportunity, I crawled out of their reach, running toward a small crack in the wall, squeezing through. The stone scraping my skin, blood flowing onto the floor. The crack led to another smaller room, with a low ceiling and walls covered in ancient inscriptions. In the center was a second stone, not the destroying stone, but a white stone, glowing faintly under the beam of my flashlight, completely different from the red light of the destroying stone. I rushed to it, my hand touching its surface, and a wave of warmth passed through my body, causing my claws to retract and my skin to lose its pallor. I screamed, realizing that this was the binding stone, the first of the 3 stones mentioned in the book, capable of sealing the faceless ones back away. But the screeching came from behind, and I turned to see Sarah and Mark crawling through the crack, their claws raised, their mouths wide open, vibrating with a growl. I gripped the binding stone tightly, shouting, "Go back!" and the white light exploded from it, making them recoil in pain. But the faceless king appeared at the entrance, its enormous claws tearing through the crack, shaking the room, and the white light from the binding stone wasn't strong enough to push it back. It tilted its head, its mouth trembling with a whisper. "You cannot bind me." I stood still, gripping the sealing stone tightly, the white light from it illuminating the distorted face of the faceless king. But it did not retreat. Instead, it charged forward, its enormous claws sweeping sideways, tearing a part of the stone wall apart. I jumped back, but Sarah and Mark lunged from both sides, their claws scraping across the floor, leaving black streaks that smoked. I screamed, swinging the sealing stone, and the white light erupted again, causing them to shrink back. But the faceless king only tilted its head, its mouth opening wide, vibrating with a growl, as if the light had no effect on it. I stumbled, back crashing into the wall, and the book fell out of my backpack, opening to the page about the sealing stone. I read quickly, my heart pounding. The sealing stone only seals the small ones, but the king of the faceless ones transcends all seals. Only the destruction stone can control it, and only when the holder of the stone accepts becoming its vessel. I screamed, realizing that the sealing stone was not powerful enough to seal the faceless king, and the destruction stone, the one I had left in the room before, was the only key. But the price was that I would completely become a part of it. A growl echoed, and the faceless king charged forward, its claws sweeping across the stone floor right in front of me. I rolled away to dodge, but a smaller limb from its body shot out, grabbing my leg and pulling hard. I screamed, struggling, kicking at the limb, but it tightened its grip, its claws digging deep into my skin, blood pouring out, soaking into the black liquid on the floor. Sarah and Mark charged toward me, claws raised, but I swung the sealing stone, striking Sarah in the head, causing her to recoil with a pained scream. Seizing the opportunity, I crawled out of their trap, running toward a gap in the wall. But the faceless king tore the wall apart, causing the room to collapse, rocks falling around me. I squeezed through the gap and returned to the room with the destruction stone, rushing toward it, my hand gripping the black stone tightly. Red light erupted, causing the faceless king to shrink back. But Sarah and Mark lunged from behind, their claws digging into my back, pulling me to the floor. I screamed, holding my head, but the screech from my own mouth blended with theirs, and I felt the darkness within me grow stronger, as if it was devouring my will. The faceless king advanced, its gigantic claws raised, ready to finish me off, but I shouted, "I am the vessel!" And the red light from the destruction stone erupted, causing the entire cave to tremble. The red light consumed me, and I felt my body change. My skin turned completely pale, my claws lengthened, and my mouth split wide open, filled with sharp teeth. I screamed, but my voice was no longer mine. It was the growl of the faceless king. I looked up, seeing it standing still, its mouth vibrating with a whisper. "You are me." I realized that I hadn't just become the vessel, I had become the faceless king, and it had become me. The screech echoed throughout the cave, and I knew that the curse was no longer confined to the tomb. It had spread through me. I stood still in the shaking room, gripping the destruction stone tightly. the red light from it casting an eerie glow on my distorted face. Pale white skin, long black claws, and a mouth split wide open full of sharp teeth. The screeching didn't just echo from the cave but from within me, as if I had merged with the faceless king. The cave crumbled around me, rocks falling from the ceiling, dust clouding the air and obscuring my vision. I screamed, my voice hoarse, no longer human, but a part of me still urged me to run, to escape this place, though I knew I couldn't escape the darkness within me. I bolted out of the room, the destruction stone clenched tightly in my hand, my claws scraping across the stone floor, leaving black streaks that smoked. The blood corridor shook violently. Sharp stalactites fell like rain, one piece embedding deep into my shoulder, blood pouring out. But I didn't stop. The screeching of Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna followed me, growing closer, more intense, like a deathly choir. I glanced back, seeing them crawl rapidly like spiders, their claws peeking beneath the flashlight's beam, their mouths gaping wide with a horrifying growl. I screamed and ran faster, but my legs felt heavy, as if the darkness inside me was pulling me back. The corridor led me through the old rooms where I had fought with them, finally reaching the stone stairs that led to the surface. I climbed, my claws scraping against the steps, the stones crumbling beneath my newfound strength. The screeching echoed from behind, and I felt a cold hand grip my leg. Anna, with her eyes completely white and her mouth split wide, pulled hard, her claws digging into my skin. I screamed, kicking hard, hearing a crack of broken bones, and escaped, emerging onto the surface as I was the vessel of the faceless king, and I was facing it in its very lair. I screamed, "I will pull you back," but my voice was hoarse, blending with the screeching, and I knew I was no longer fully human. The faceless king lunged, its claws sweeping through the air, and I jumped back, floating in this strange space. I swung the destruction stone and the red light flared, causing it to recoil, but it didn't stop. It lunged again, its mouth wide open, ready to swallow me whole. I screamed, clutching my head, and images flashed by, not my memories, but those of millions of others, the victims of the faceless king over thousands of years, dragged into the darkness, becoming a part of them. I realized that if I failed, the whole world would be like that. I lunged, the destruction stone raised, and I thrust it into the faceless king's chest. The red light exploded, making it scream in pain, and its body began to disintegrate. Black, liquid splashing, soaking into me. I screamed, feeling the darkness inside me grow stronger, but I didn't stop. I pushed the destruction stone deeper, and with a loud explosion, the red light engulfed both of us. I fell, falling endlessly, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on the floor of the Cairo base, the portal sealed shut. Hank standing in front of me, his face pale. I staggered to my feet, the destruction stone still in my hand, but the red light had faded, leaving only a dull black stone. Hank shouted, "You did it! It's sealed!" But I shook my head, my voice hoarse. "No, it's still inside me." I looked down at my hand. My claws retracted, but my skin remained pale, and the screeching still echoed in my head. Weaker, but not gone. I screamed, "I didn't seal it! I just brought it back to me!" The screeching came from outside the door, not from me, but from the city. I ran to the window, seeing faceless figures rising from the streets, fewer than before, but still hundreds, their claws scraping against cars, pulling people into the darkness. Hank shouted, "No way, the portal is closed!" But I knew the portal could be closed, but the curse had spread through me, and I was its origin. I screamed, "You have to kill me!" But Hank shook his head. "Killing you would release it completely. We have to find another way." That night I sat huddled in the base, clutching the destruction stone, the screeching filling the air, from inside me, from outside, like a curse that could not be erased. Hank and the remaining soul. Hunters studied the book, searching for a way to destroy the Faceless King, but I knew they wouldn't make it in time. I stood up, silently walked to the door, my claws scraping against the floor, and looked out at the city. Smoke rising, screams echoing, faceless figures everywhere. I whispered, "I won't let you win," and stepped outside, the destruction, stone in hand, not knowing where I was going, but knowing what I had to do. Now I write this story, leaving it in the base, hoping someone will read and understand. If you hear the screeching, if you see the faceless figures outside your door, run. But don't go to the desert, don't seek the tomb. I don't know how much longer I have, but I am certain of one thing. The curse isn't over, and one day, when I no longer have the strength to fight, the Faceless King will rise through me and the darkness will consume everything. Cave completely collapsed behind me, burying them, or at least I hope so. The hot desert air rushed into my lungs, and the golden sand stretched endlessly under the pale moonlight. I stood still, breathing heavily, the destruction stone still in my hand, but the screeching didn't stop. It echoed in my head, in the wind, in every grain of sand. I looked down at my hand, seeing my black claws retract slightly, but my skin remained pale. And when I opened my mouth, a screech escaped, hoarse, cold like the Faceless King's voice. I screamed, throwing the destruction stone into the sand, but it wouldn't leave my hand, as if it had stuck to me, a part of me. I ran, my bare feet stomping on the hot sand, blood from my shoulder and leg dripping down, leaving a red trail in the desert. I didn't know how long I had been running, but the sky began to lighten, the sun rising from the horizon, turning the desert into a sea of fire. The screeching still followed me, distant but not fading, like a reminder that I couldn't escape the darkness within me. I tripped and fell into a sand pit, and when I looked up, I saw Tom's shadow standing atop a sand dune, looking down at me in the sunlight. He didn't charge, he just stood still, his mouth gaping wide in a grin, claws scraping against the sand, leaving black streaks that smoked. I screamed, crawling out of the pit, running again. But my legs ached, my body heavier than ever. I felt the darkness within me growing stronger, as if each step I took was a step closer to fully becoming the Faceless King. I fell again, the scorching sand burning my skin, and the screeching grew louder, not from Tom, but from within me. I clutched my head, screaming, "Stop!" But the screeching only grew louder, and I saw my claws lengthen, darken, and sharpen. Suddenly I heard an engine, a roar from far away, cutting through the screeching in my head. I looked up, seeing an old truck speeding across the desert, clouds of dust billowing behind it. I screamed, waving my arms, and the truck stopped. The window rolled down, revealing a group of people, 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in hunting gear, carrying rifles. The oldest man, with a scarred face and piercing cold eyes, stepped out, looked me up and down, and asked, "You came from the tomb, didn't you?" I nodded, stammering, They're down there, and inside me." He frowned, looking down at my hand, the black claws, the pale skin, and the destruction stone still tightly in my grip. He muttered, "The curse has spread." I screamed, "Help me! They won't stop." But he shook his head, signaling to the others, and they raised their guns, aiming at me. I backed away, holding the destruction stone tightly, its red light flickering faintly under the sun. "No!" I screamed, but the older man, I called him Hank, raised his hand, signaling for the group to stop. He stepped forward, eyeing me with both curiosity and caution, and asked, "What did you do down there?" I gasped for breath and recounted everything, the nameless tomb, the Faceless King, the Awakening Stone, the Destruction Stone, and how I had become the vessel of the Faceless King. I pointed to the claws on my hand, my voice trembling. It's inside me. I can't escape. Hank remained silent, staring at me for a long moment before turning to his group. Lower the guns, he said in a deep, authoritative voice. The woman in the group, with short, red-dyed hair and a face covered in scars, protested. Hank, you've seen it. He's one of them. But Hank shook his head, looked back at me and said, no, he's not fully one of them. He can still speak, still plead for help. We still have time. I collapsed onto the sand, tears streaming down my face, but when I wiped them away, I noticed my tears were black, emitting smoke as they touched the sand. I screamed, time for what? I'm becoming one of them. Hank knelt before me, his voice calm. We're hunters, not the usual kind. We hunt things like what you just encountered. The Faceless King, darkness, curses. We've been tracking the tomb for years, waiting for this day. He explained that their group was part of a secret organization, established centuries ago to prevent the curse from spreading out of the desert. They knew about the 3 stones, the Binding Stone, the Awakening Stone, and the Destruction Stone, and had tried to stop people like me from entering the tomb, but they had always failed. When you broke the Awakening Stone, Hank said, you opened the door. When you took the Destruction Stone, you became the key. But you haven't fully lost yourself, not yet. I screamed, the key for what? I am the Faceless King, it's B. Inside me. Hank nodded, his voice grim. Yes, but if we seal you, we seal it too. I realized with horror what he meant. They weren't trying to save me, they were trying to imprison me, just like the ancient group had imprisoned the Faceless King beneath the earth. I backed away, but the hunters surrounded me, guns raised, and Hank said, don't make this harder. You don't have much time. The screeching rang out, not from me, but from afar, from the tomb. I turned and saw the sand shaking, and dozens of faceless figures rising from the ground, crawling quickly like spiders, their claws glinting under the sunlight. Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna led the charge, bigger, more distorted, their mouths wide open, letting out terrifying growls. Hank yelled, "Get ready!" And the hunters fired, the sound of bullets echoing. But the bullets only slowed them down, not killing them. I screamed, breaking free from the circle, running toward the truck, but a cold hand grabbed my leg. Sarah, with her long claws, yanked me back. I screamed, kicking hard, but she held tight, and Mark rushed in from behind, his claws raking down my back. I swung the destruction stone, its red light flaring up, causing them to shrink back, and I crawled onto the truck, shouting, "Drive!" Hank jumped into the driver's seat, stomped on the gas, and the truck sped across the desert, crushing several of the creatures under the wheels. But the screeching didn't stop. It echoed across the desert, and I looked out the window, seeing hundreds of faceless figures rising from the sand, crawling after us, their claws scraping against the ground. Hank shouted, "There's more of them than we thought." And the woman with red hair, Lena, threw me a pistol, saying, "If you're still human, then fight." I gripped the gun, my hands trembling, but my claws made it hard to hold, and the screeching in my head grew louder, as if the Faceless King was calling me back. I backed away, holding the destruction stone tightly, its red light flickering faintly under the sunlight. "No," I screamed, but the older man, I called him Hank, raised his hand, signaling for the group to stop. He stepped forward, eyeing me with both curiosity and caution, and asked, "What did you do down there?" I gasped for breath and recounted everything. The nameless tomb, the Faceless King, the Awakening Stone, the Destruction Stone, and how I had become the vessel of the Faceless King. I pointed to the claws on my hand, my voice trembling. "It's inside me. I can't escape." Hank remained silent, staring at me for a long moment before turning to his group. "Lower the guns," he said in a deep, authoritative voice. The woman in the group, with short red-dyed hair and a face covered in scars, protested. "Hank, you've seen it. He's one of them." But Hank shook his head, looked back at me and said, "No, he's not fully one of them. He can still speak, still plead for help. We still have time." I collapsed onto the sand, tears streaming down my face, but when I wiped them away, I noticed my tears were black, emitting smoke as they touched the sand. I screamed, "Time for what? I'm becoming one of them." Hank knelt before me, his voice calm. "We're hunters, not the usual kind. We hunt things like what you just encountered. The Faceless King, darkness, curses. We've been tracking the tomb for years, waiting for this day." He explained that their group was part of a secret organization, established centuries ago to prevent the curse from spreading out of the desert. They knew about the 3 stones, the Binding Stone, the Awakening Stone, and the Destruction Stone, and had tried to stop people like me from entering the tomb, but they had always failed. "When you broke the Awakening Stone," Hank said, "you opened the door. When you took the Destruction Stone, you became the key. But you haven't fully lost yourself, not yet." I screamed. "The key for what?" "I am the Faceless King. It's inside me." Hank nodded, his voice grim. "Yes, but if we seal you, we seal it too." I realized with horror what he meant. They weren't trying to save me. They were trying to imprison me, just like the ancient group had imprisoned the Faceless King beneath the earth. I backed away, but the hunters surrounded me, guns raised, and Hank said, "Don't make this harder. You don't have much time." The screeching rang out, not from me, but from afar, from the tomb. I turned and saw the sand shaking, and dozens of faceless figures rising from the ground, crawling quickly like spiders, their claws glinting under the sunlight. Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna led the charge. Bigger, more distorted, their mouths wide open, letting out terrifying growls. Hank yelled, "Get ready!" And the hunters fired, the sound of bullets echoing, but the bullets only slowed them down, not killing them. I screamed, breaking free from the circle, running toward the truck, but a cold hand grabbed my leg. Sarah, with her long claws, yanked me back. I screamed, kicking hard, but she held tight, and Mark rushed in from behind, his claws raking down my back. I swung the Destruction Stone, its red light flaring up, causing them to shrink back, and I crawled onto the truck, shouting, "Drive!" Hank jumped into the driver's seat, stomped on the gas, and the truck sped across the desert, crushing several of the creatures under the wheels. But the screeching didn't stop. It echoed across the desert, and I looked out the window, seeing hundreds of faceless figures rising from the sand, crawling after us, their claws scraping against the ground. Hank shouted, "There's more of them than we thought." And the woman with red hair, Lena, threw me a pistol, saying, "If you're still human, then fight." I gripped the gun, my hands trembling, but my claws made it hard to hold, and the screeching in my head grew louder, as if the Faceless King was calling me back. The helicopter vibrated in the air, the sound of the blades cutting through the pabboard, wind partially drowning out the screeching in my head. I huddled in the back seat, my hand clutching the Destruction Stone, its red light illuminating my distorted face, pale skin, long black claws, and a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Hank, the older hunter, sat next to the pilot, his sharp gaze fixed on the desert below as it slowly faded away. Lena, the red-haired woman with a scarred face, gripped her rifle tightly, not taking her eyes off me, as if I were a bomb ready to explode at any moment. The pilot yelled over the wind, "We're heading to Cairo, but the situation isn't good. Reports of faceless creatures in the suburbs." I realized with horror that the curse had spread faster than I thought, not just in the desert, but to the city where millions of people lived. Hank turned to look at me, his voice low. "You're the vessel. If we don't seal you, the whole world will fall into darkness." I screamed, "Seal me how? I am the Faceless King. It's inside me." But Hank didn't answer. He just motioned for the pilot to speed up. The helicopter landed on an old building in the outskirts of Cairo, dust flying everywhere as the blades slowed down. Hank pulled me out, Lena following behind with her gun, pointed at my back. I stumbled down, my claws scraping against the concrete floor, leaving black trails that smoked. The screeching sounded from afar, not from me but from the city, blending with car horns, screams, and gunshots. I looked down at the street, seeing smoke rising from the buildings, faceless figures lurking in the shadows, claws scraping against the walls, pulling the people into the night. Hank led me into the building, a secret base of the hunters, with thick steel walls and reinforced doors. Inside was a lab filled with strange equipment, test tubes containing black liquid, maps of the desert covered in symbols, and an ancient seal carved into the floor, just like the one in the tomb. Lena locked the door, then turned to look at me. "How long do we have before it fully transforms?" Hank checked my hand. The claws were longer, the skin whiter, and muttered, "Not long, maybe a few hours." I collapsed onto the floor, the destruction stone falling out of my high hand, its red light fading. I sat there trembling, recounting everything, the faceless figures, the screeching, and how they dragged Sarah into the darkness. Hank nodded as if he had heard this story hundreds of times and said, "We've known about the Faceless King for a long time. They aren't just creatures. They are the darkness of humanity, imprisoned by an ancient group. You broke the seal, and now you are the key to locking it away," I screamed. "But I don't want this. I don't want to die." Hank looked at me, his eyes cold. "No one said you would die. You will be sealed. Forever." They dragged me to the seal, forcing me to sit in the center, my arms and legs bound by chains etched with ancient symbols. I struggled, my claws scraping against the floor, but the chains tightened, immobilizing me. Hank took a device, a sound wave generator, he said, and placed it around the circle. "This is how we seal you," he explained. "The sound waves will lock you into a frequency the Faceless King cannot escape, but you will never leave here." I screamed, "No, I'm not one of them." But the screeching from my mouth drowned out my words, and I knew I was losing myself. The screeching from outside the door grew louder, closer, as if hundreds of faceless figures were approaching the base. Lena screamed, "They found us!" and ran to the door, gun in hand. Hank activated the sound wave generator, and a deafening noise filled the air, causing me to scream in agony as my claws retracted. But the screeching in my head didn't stop. I looked out the window and saw Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna standing on the street, larger than ever, their claws scraping against the wall, their mouths wide open with terrifying growls. They didn't charge. They just stood there watching me, as if waiting. The sound of the machine echoed, the sharp screeching in my head dulled by the sound of the generator as the red light from the destruction stone flickered weakly. I sat hunched in the back seat, holding the destruction stone tightly in my hand, the light casting an eerie glow on my distorted face, pale skin, long black claws, and a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Hank, the older hunter, sat beside the pilot, his sharp gaze focused on the desert below as it grew smaller. Lena, the red-haired woman with a scarred face, gripped her rifle tightly, her eyes never leaving me, as if I were a bomb ready to go off at any moment. The pilot shouted over the wind, "We're heading to Cairo, but things are getting worse. Reports of faceless creatures in the suburbs. I realized with horror that the curse had spread faster than I had imagined, not just in the desert, but to the city where millions of people lived. Hank turned to look at me, his voice low. "You're the vessel. If we don't seal you, the whole world will fall into darkness." I screamed. "Seal me how? I am the faceless king. It's inside me." But Hank didn't answer. He just motioned for the pilot to speed up. The helicopter landed on an old building in the outskirts of Cairo, dust swirling as the blade slowed down. Hank pulled me out, Lena following behind with her gun pointed at my back. I stumbled down, my claws scraping the concrete floor, leaving black trails that smoked. The screeching sounded from afar, not from me but from the city, blending with car horns, screams, and gunshots. I looked down at the street and saw smoke rising from the buildings, faceless figures lurking in the shadows, claws scraping the walls, pulling people into the night. Hank led me into the building, a secret base of the hunters, with thick steel walls and reinforced doors. Inside was a lab filled with strange equipment, test tubes containing black liquid, maps of the desert covered in symbols, and an ancient seal carved into the floor, just like the one in the tomb. Lena locked the door, then turned to look at me. "How long do we have before it fully transforms?" Hank checked my hand. The claws were longer, the skin whiter, and muttered, "Not long, maybe a few hours." I collapsed onto the floor, the destruction stone falling out of my hand, its red light fading. I sat there trembling, recounting everything, the faceless figures, the screeching, and how they dragged Sarah into the darkness. Hank nodded, as if he had heard the story hundreds of times, and said, "We've known about the Faceless King for a long time. They aren't just creatures. They are the darkness of humanity, imprisoned by an ancient group. You broke the seal, and now you are the key to locking it away," I screamed. "But I don't want this. I don't want to die." Hank looked at me, his eyes cold. "No one said you would die. You will be sealed. Forever." They dragged me to the seal, forcing me to sit in the center, my arms and legs bound by chains etched with ancient symbols. I struggled, my claws scraping against the floor, but the chains tightened, immobilizing me. Hank took a device, a sound wave generator, he said, and placed it around the circle. "This is how we seal you," he explained. "The sound waves will lock you into a frequency the Faceless King cannot escape, but you will never leave here." I screamed, "No, I'm not one of them." But the screeching from my mouth drowned out my words, and I knew I was losing myself. The screeching from outside the door grew louder, closer, as if hundreds of faceless figures were approaching the base. Lena screamed, "They found us!" and ran to the door, gun in hand. Hank activated the sound wave generator, and a deafening noise filled the air, causing me to scream in agony as my claws retracted. But the screeching in my head didn't stop. I looked out the window and saw Sarah, Tom, Mark, and Anna standing on the street, larger than ever, their claws scraping against the wall, their mouths wide open with terrifying growls. They didn't charge. They just stood there, watching me, as if waiting. I fell into the dark realm, my body floating in the endless void, surrounded by dense darkness, black liquid floating like clouds. The screeching echoed from all directions, and I saw millions of faceless creatures crawling, their claws glinting in the darkness, their mouths wide open with growls. In front of me stood the Faceless King, taller than ever, its long arms hanging down, claws scraping through the space, leaving black trails that smoked. It tilted its head, its mouth trembling as it whispered, "You have come home." I screamed, gripping the destruction stone tightly, its red light flaring weakly in the dark. Every winter, I used to go camping with a group of friends in the deep woods, a place no one dared go due to the haunting stories passed down through the years. But now, that memory felt distant, like a dream from another life. I was no longer Daniel Carter, the archaeologist. "4 years ago, I joined a caving expedition in southern Missouri. I had explored caves for a few years, but only small, accessible ones. This time, it was a large system, a network of limestone caves stretching for miles beneath the earth. Our group consisted of 5 people: me, Tom, my best friend, Sarah, Tom's girlfriend, and Mark and Jen, 2 people with more experience. This cave was off the usual route, not the kind for tourists, and required a special permit to enter. It was late spring. The weather outside was warm, but inside the cave it was cold and damp, like stepping into a giant forgotten refrigerator. We had planned for a 6-hour trip starting mid-morning. The entrance was just a narrow crack on the hillside, which we had to squeeze through, but it opened into a large chamber after about 20 feet. We were fully equipped: headlamps, ropes, spare batteries, and a detailed map, all essential for such an exploration. The first 2 hours passed smoothly. We descended slopes, crawled through narrow crevices, and stopped to take photos of the shimmering stalactites in the light. The cave was breathtaking. The glowing rocks, the still pools of water reflecting the light, the echoes bouncing off the stone walls like a strange symphony. But something felt wrong. The air was heavier than usual, and every sound we made seemed to come back distorted, as if the cave was whispering in response. I felt life in the cave, not from us, but from the very stone walls. The echoes were not just sound reflections. They carried a mysterious tone, as if someone was listening, watching from the shadows. As we ventured deeper, the light from our headlamps seemed to be swallowed by the space, leaving only faint beams that couldn't pierce the thick darkness. I told myself it was just a feeling, that all caves were like this, but deep inside, an unease began to rise, quietly and persistently. Around midday, we stopped in a larger chamber to rest and eat lunch. The light swept over the jagged walls, illuminating the sparkling droplets of water hanging from the stalactites. Tom noticed something odd carved into the wall, a series of unnatural lines and shapes. The marks were deep, sharp, like they had been made with a hard tool, stretching across a large rock slab. Mark, the experienced caver, shrugged and said it could be the work of miners or explorers from the past. But I didn't think so. They had a pattern, more like a code than random drawings. We took a few photos, intending to look into it later, then continued our journey. An hour later, we reached a fork in the tunnel. The map showed 2 paths. One led deeper underground, the other looped back toward the entrance. We chose the deeper route, wanting to explore more while we still had time. The tunnel quickly narrowed, forcing us to crawl one by one through a cold, muddy section. That's when I started hearing it, a faint tapping sound like water dripping, but too regular, too intentional. I stopped, listened, and asked, "Does anyone hear that?" Sarah nodded, saying it might be rocks falling in the cave. But as we crawled on, the tapping didn't stop. It grew louder, closer, as if it was following us. We emerged into a smaller chamber, the ceiling low, with a dark pool of water in the center reflecting the light like a haunting mirror. The tapping was now distinct, echoing off the stone walls, and I knew it wasn't water. Jen swept the light around the room and froze. In the far corner, a small pile of bones, probably from a bird or bat, arranged in a neat cone shape. We fell silent, our eyes glued to it. Mark mumbled, "It must have been a fox or a raccoon that brought them here." But there were no footprints, no dirt. Only the cold, perfect pile of bones, as if crafted by someone. The atmosphere suddenly changed, colder, heavier, like something was pressing down on my shoulders. My headlamp flickered, then Tom's, then Sarah's. We quickly swapped out the batteries, thinking it was just running low, but they flickered again. I felt a cold rush along my neck, even though there was no wind. Something was wrong. The cave was no longer just stone and darkness. It was something alive, watching us from every hidden corner. The tapping suddenly turned into sharp scratching, fast and violent, from the tunnel we had just crawled through. It sounded like nails dragging against the rock, each stroke steady and threatening, causing my heart to pound in my chest. "Run!" Mark shouted, his voice trembling with fear. We grabbed our gear, lights, ropes, bags, and sprinted toward the fork, too afraid to look back. The scratching followed us, louder, closer, and I swear the ground shook beneath my feet, as if something enormous was moving through the darkness. We reached the fork, took the path leading back to the entrance, crawling, running, slipping through the mud as fast as we could. The scratching stopped, but just when I thought we had escaped, a new sound emerged, a low, rumbling growl, vibrating as if it came from within the stone itself. It wasn't just a sound, it was a pressure, pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. Sarah panicked. "What's that?" But no one answered. We just ran, the headlamps flickering constantly, their light dimming as if swallowed by the dark. The tunnel seemed longer than when we entered, each turn stretching on forever. The growling grew louder, blending with a faint whisper. Not human, but something ancient, cold, like a curse from the earth's core. I felt a cold touch on my neck, like an invisible hand brushing against me. But when I turned, there was only dense darkness. Jen screamed as she tripped, and we pulled her up, not daring to stop. Finally, the faint light from the entrance appeared through a crack. We squeezed out, covered in mud, hearts racing, not looking back until we were hundreds of yards away from the hill. The air outside was warm, but the cold from the cave still clung to me, seeping into every fiber of my being. We stood there, breathing heavily, looking at each other without speaking a word. The growling had stopped, but in my head it still echoed, like an unforgettable warning. Later we checked the photos we took of the carvings on the wall. They weren't graffiti. They were ancient symbols, possibly from indigenous people or even older. Mark did some research and found local stories about the cave. People called it the cursed place, the home of something that didn't like intruders. They told of explorers who vanished, of scratching sounds and growls heard in the night, of piles of bones no one could explain. We never went back. I never explored caves again. Something in that cave wasn't just fallen rocks, it was alive, and it wanted us to disappear. Now, whenever I close my eyes, I still hear that scratching, see the moving darkness in my memory. Some nights, I dream of standing in the small chamber, the black water turning into a hand reaching up, pulling me down into the cold earth. The growling rises, no longer distant, but close enough to shake my entire body. I wonder if that thing really stayed in the cave, or if it followed us out, hiding in our memories and fears. Perhaps it doesn't need the cave to exist. Just a crack in my mind is enough for it to live on forever. That night, the sky was pitch black, with only a pale moonlight filtering through the tree canopy, casting twisted beams on the ground. I drove my old car down the dirt road leading into the woods, bringing along a flashlight, lighter, some dry wood, and a small shovel. But as the tires rolled over the rough dirt, a cold sensation crept up my spine. The forest was eerily silent. No birds, no insects, just the wind whistling through the leaves like someone whispering in the darkness. I got out of the car, stepping into the air, which was biting cold through my thin hoodie. The sound of water from the nearby river echoed, but it wasn't the peaceful sound I was used to. It was dull, intermittent, as if something was stirring beneath the water's surface. I told myself it was just fatigue from a long day, but when I walked up the stone path leading to the sandbank, a strange sound broke the silence. A prolonged, sharp screech, like nails scratching against stone. I froze, my heart racing, the flashlight in my hand shaking with my breath. Then, a sudden foul smell hit me. Not the smell of earth or river water, but the stench of a long-decayed corpse. I swept the flashlight around, but only thick darkness surrounded me, as if the forest was closing in to swallow me whole. Stepped down the stone path leading to the sandbank, 2 dim streetlights along the way, one in the middle of the path, the other near the bridge crossing the river, casting weak yellowish light, almost about to go out. I reached the small sandbank by the river, a small waiting area for children in the summer. I set my things down and began to dig a fire pit with the shovel, the flashlight's light flickering on the sand. But then, a loud thud rang out. Strong, decisive, like a large rock had just fallen into the water. I jumped, almost dropping the flashlight. That sound couldn't have come from me. I was at least 5 meters from the water's edge. I shone the flashlight towards the river, but the surface of the water was black, perfectly still like a dead mirror, not a ripple. Probably just my imagination, I mumbled, but my hand trembled as I continued digging. Then, a second thud sounded, closer, right behind me, as if something had just jumped into the water. I turned around, shining the flashlight over the sandbank. Empty, but the foul smell was now stronger, accompanied by a hoarse screech from afar, like the laughter of a madman choked in his throat. The cold wind blew through, carrying the breath of darkness. I swept the flashlight up towards the bridge where the dark arch beneath it looked like a deep cave. In an instant, I saw a figure, tall, thin, with abnormally long legs, standing still under the bridge, staring directly at me. But when I blinked, it vanished. My heart raced, sweat pouring down my back despite the freezing air. I bent down to continue digging, trying to focus. But then a new sound emerged. Slow, heavy footsteps coming from the bridge towards me. The footsteps were uneven, as if the figure was dragging one leg through the sand, accompanied by a rising screech, like a death warning. I jumped to my feet, the flashlight flickering wildly, but the light only deepened the surrounding darkness. The footsteps stopped, and a voice echoed in the wind. "You don't belong here." The voice wasn't human. It was hoarse, cold, as if coming from a corpse decayed for centuries. I turned back, and under the flashlight's beam, a figure emerged from the arch, tall, hunched with pale skin peeking out from the shadows. It stood still, but I could feel its invisible gaze piercing through me, as if it was assessing its prey. I stood there, frozen, the flashlight trembling in my hand, the light casting shadows under the bridge. The cold whispers still echoed in my head, like a curse from the dead. I wanted to run, but my legs felt nailed to the sand. Then, a laugh rang out, not a normal laugh, but a grotesque sound, like bones rubbing together, coming from the bridge. I swept the flashlight towards, and saw the bare back of a man, hunched over, completely naked, standing under the dim light of the bridge. But this wasn't a human. His skin was pale, almost glowing, but covered in scars and boils leaking dark, thick fluid. His head was smooth, bald, his thin shoulders twitching as if convulsing. He stood still, his back to me, but I knew he sensed my presence. My heart pounded, cold sweat streaming down my spine. I wanted to scream, but my throat was dry. He slowly stood up, his spine cracking like rotting wood being snapped. When he turned, I nearly collapsed from fear. His face had no eyes, no nose, just a black empty space with a wide mouth full of sharp, jagged teeth like a shark's. The screech from that mouth grew louder, like a death siren ripping through the darkness. I screamed at him to ask who he was, but all I got was an eerie silence. He stepped forward, his long legs dragging through the sand, leaving deep gaping marks as if the earth was being torn apart with each step. My name is Noah, and at 13 years old I never imagined that a night spent at my grandparents' house would turn into the most terrifying nightmare of my life. It was a cold autumn night when I was sent to their old wooden house in the remote suburbs, where the barren fields stretched endlessly under the dim moonlight. I came there to escape the endless arguments in my mother's house, where the smell of alcohol and the sounds of shouting were the only memories left in my childhood. My grandparents' house, with its rotting wooden walls and the faint smell of mildew in the air, had always been my safe haven. But this time, everything felt different. I was sleeping in my old room at my grandparents' house when I was suddenly awakened by a strong shake. The night was pitch black, with only the faint light from the old nightlight casting dim shadows on the peeling walls. I lay still, my breath quickening, telling myself it was just a dream. The free-fall feeling everyone experiences when drifting into sleep. But then from the corner of the room a dry, sharp knock echoed, as cold as someone banging on the wood. The knocks were irregular, intermittent, as though something was testing whether I would react. I curled up under the thin blanket, my heart pounding, feeling as if an invisible figure was standing right at the head of my bed, breathing coldly down my neck. Outside the window, the wind howled, and the tree branches swayed like ghostly arms reaching out. I trembled as I sat up, my hands fumbling in the dark to turn the nightlight on, hoping its glow would banish the fear that was choking my chest. I sighed in frustration, trying to fall back asleep even though the knocks continued around my bed. But then the knock came again, this time closer, as if coming from beneath my bed. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the knocking was no longer random. It repeated, 3 knocks in a row. Knock, 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 like a mysterious signal from some other realm. I pulled the blanket over my head, telling myself I was imagining things, that it was just my mind playing tricks in the middle of the night. But the knocking didn't stop. It grew more insistent, as if angry at my indifference. Suddenly, the bed shook, as if someone had placed a hand on the wooden frame and pushed it hard. I sprang up, trembling, shining the flashlight around the room, but all I saw were the empty walls and the shut window. Then from the window, a long scratching sound echoed. Creak, creak, like sharp fingernails slowly dragging across the thin glass. I turned my head, and through the fogged-up glass a large shadow appeared under the moonlight. It had no face, just a solid black streak, standing still like a statue. My heart seemed to stop beating. It didn't move, but I could clearly feel a cold draft emanating from it, as if it was staring straight into my soul, waiting for me to collapse under the weight of fear. I screamed and jumped out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cold wooden floor, the pain shooting up my legs like stepping onto ice. The bed shook for the 3rd time, this time more violently, and the knocking grew louder than ever before. I rushed to the light switch, turning the entire room on, but the figure outside the window had disappeared as if it had never existed. Yet the knocking didn't stop. It spread everywhere, from the walls, the ceiling, down to the floorboards, like an invisible orchestra of hands banging in a furious rage. I ran to the door, ready to burst outside to find my grandparents. But the doorknob was so cold it burned my hand as if it had been dipped in ice water, forcing me to pull my hand away in pain. Suddenly, a terrifying bang echoed from the foot of the bed. I turned, and the metal lamp, my grandfather's keepsake, was lying on the floor, swaying as if someone had knocked it over. Before I could process what had happened, a shadow darted in front of me, as fast as the wind, carrying with it the pungent smell of decaying earth and corpses. I stumbled and fell to the floor, screaming, "What are you?" From the corner of the room, a low voice answered, not like a human voice, but more like the screech of wind through a crack. "You called me here." The floorboards shook violently, and from beneath the bed a thin black hand reached out, its long nails like knives gripping the edge of the wood. I curled up, feeling the chill of that hand spread through me, as if it wanted to pull me into a bottomless pit. I screamed, using all my strength to yank my leg away from the disgusting hand's reach, but its sharp claws scraped a long line across my ankle, blood oozing out, staining the floor. The creature began to crawl out from under the bed, a tall, thin shape, its skin peeling like burnt bark, with no face, only a dark abyss where its eyes should be. It stood upright, its bones creaking as if they might snap at any moment, and the knocking, knock, 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 now emanated from its own body, like a deathly song. I grabbed the fallen lamp and swung it hard at it, but the blow passed through it as if hitting thin air, causing it to tilt its head and let out a more terrifying screech. The lights in the room flickered repeatedly, and the darkness seemed to come alive, surrounding me. I rushed to the door once again, my hand gripping the knob, which turned open instantly, and I tumbled into the dark hallway. When I looked back, the creature had disappeared, but the knocking still echoed from the room, as if it was a warning that hadn't ended. The next morning, I checked the lamp. There were no signs of what had happened except for a deep scratch, like it had been carved by the claws of a wild beast. I couldn't find any explanation for it. But the most horrifying thing came after that. A week later, when I returned home, hundreds of miles away from my grandparents' house, I lay in my new bed, trying to forget everything. Exactly at 3 a.m., the knocking came again. Knock, knock, knock from under my bed. I shuddered and bent down to look, and a black gnarled hand reached out, with my name carved into its palm in red, like blood. It had never left me. Three years ago, I went camping with 3 friends, Alex, Mia, and Sam, at a secluded forest in New Hampshire. We purposely chose a remote area far from the main road, surrounded only by dense trees and darkness, like a world separated from everyday life. It was mid-October, the air cold and the leaves had almost all fallen, leaving behind bare branches under the faint moonlight. The wind howled through the forest, carrying a biting chill, but we were excited about the trip. We set up camp near a small stream, started a fire, and sat around telling stories late into the night. The fire crackled, its red-orange glow dancing on our faces, creating a warm atmosphere amidst the cold night. The sound of the stream flowing and the distant hoot of an owl made everything feel peaceful, a close connection to nature. We laughed and told spooky stories to tease each other, but no one was really scared until the clock struck 1 a.m. As the fire began to die down, the embers floated lazily in the air, and I pulled the zipper of my tent to get some sleep. But at that moment, a strange sound cut through the stillness. A faint whisper, like the wind rustling through leaves. But there was something different about it. I stopped, listened, and realized it wasn't the wind. It sounded like a person, vaguely, echoing from deep within the forest. A sudden chill crept up my spine, not from the weather, but from the eerie feeling that something was lurking out there, hidden in the thick darkness between the bare trees. I called out to Alex, who was still sitting by the fire, stirring the ashes to keep the warmth. "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice slightly trembling from both the cold and the strange sensation. He nodded, saying it sounded like someone was talking, but the words were unclear. The whispering grew louder, now mingled with faint, eerie laughter. Not the joyful laughter of a person, but cold and unsettling, as if something was mocking us from afar. Mia and Sam crawled out of their tents, still half asleep, but quickly became alert when they heard the sound. We all stood still, listening. The whisper seemed to move, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away, like multiple voices blending together in the darkness. The laughter echoed again, sharp and eerie, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. Alex grabbed the flashlight and shone it into the forest, but all we saw were the skeletal branches intertwining. No figures, no movement. "Maybe it's other campers," Sam said, trying to sound calm. But we all knew this area was too remote. There was no one else for miles around. I could feel my breath growing heavier. The air seemed to thicken around the camp. The whispering didn't stop, turning into a strange, unsettling chorus, sometimes so close I thought someone was standing just behind the tent, other times far away, like it was coming from the bottom of the stream. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. We all exhaled, thinking it was just an illusion or the natural sounds of the forest at night. But just as we were about to go back into the tent, a sharp scream rang out from the direction of the stream. It cut through the air like a knife, causing Mia to jump and grab my hand, while Alex shouted into the forest, "Is anyone out there?" Only the sound of rustling leaves answered, though there was no wind. After the scream, none of us thought about sleeping anymore. We decided to keep the fire burning and huddled together, our eyes never leaving the darkness. We added more wood to the fire, its flames flaring up, but the light only made the twisted shapes of the trees cast eerie shadows on the ground, making everything feel even more sinister. The whispering had stopped, but the silence now was even more terrifying. It felt heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. Then around 3 a.m., the laughter returned, closer this time, right at the edge of the camp, accompanied by the soft sound of footsteps on dry leaves. It wasn't hurried, it was slow, deliberate, as if someone was casually walking around us. Alex aimed the flashlight at the forest again, its beam shaking as it swept over each corner. But still, there was nothing but the endless darkness. "Is anyone out there? Come out now," he shouted, his voice shaking with fear and anger. There was no response, only the laughter, now so close that I felt like it was right behind me. Mia whispered, "Something's not right," her hand trembling in mine. I could feel my heart racing, cold sweat dripping down my face despite the freezing night. The footsteps were clearer now, circling the camp, sometimes close, sometimes far away, like a deadly game of hide and seek. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across Alex's flashlight beam. Just a faint figure, tall and thin, gliding quickly between two tree trunks before disappearing. We all froze, not daring to breathe, our eyes glued to the spot where the shadow had appeared. The laughter returned, now accompanied by whispering, not one voice but many, blending into a chilling sound like an invitation from the dead. I felt a cold breeze sweep over my legs, as if an invisible hand was touching me. "We need to go," Sam said, his voice hoarse, and none of us disagreed. But as we began packing up, the footsteps stopped, and a long, low hiss came from the direction of the stream, like wind whistling through the rocks, but filled with menace. "5 years ago, I moved to a small town in Oregon to start a new job at a lumber company. The town was nestled between vast forests of pine trees, the air thick with the smell of pine resin and damp earth. I rented an old house on a hill a few miles outside the town center. The house, made of wood, 2 stories, with a steep roof and large windows covered in the dust of time, looked worn, but was adequate for someone like me who lived a simple life. The owner, an elderly woman named Martha, was thin and frail, her eyes clouded with age. She told me that the house had belonged to her family since the early 20th century, and now she was renting it out because she no longer lived there. I nodded, didn't ask any further questions. Honestly, I only cared about finding a cheap and quiet place to stay. The first few days went by quietly. I drove to work each morning, taking the dirt road through the woods, returning home when the sunset painted the sky red, then cooked dinner, and fell asleep to the sound of the wind howling through the gaps in the old house. But that peacefulness didn't last. After about a week, I began to notice a few strange things. Every night as I lay in bed, I would hear footsteps coming from the wooden stairs, slow, steady, as though someone was walking up, then down again. I'd turn on the light, check the whole house, but never saw anything except the empty stairs and thick darkness. I told myself it was just the sound of the wood expanding with age, a natural phenomenon in old houses. But then, the sound became more pronounced. The footsteps grew louder, clearer, as though someone wanted me to hear them. Sometimes, accompanied by it, was a faint knocking on the walls, rhythmic, like fingernails tapping in a steady beat, echoing from somewhere inside the house. I began losing sleep, lying still in the dark, listening to every little sound, feeling as if invisible eyes were watching me from the hidden corners. The atmosphere in the house seemed to change. It was no longer the peaceful refuge I had hoped for, but a cold, heavy space, like it contained a secret I couldn't reach. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself that it was just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The house was not as empty as I thought. One night, I stayed up late working in the living room, the light from my desk lamp casting shadows on the dark wood walls. Outside, the wind howled through the forest, but inside, it was eerily quiet. Then I heard it. The whispering from upstairs, soft and indistinct, like 2 people talking in the dark. My heart raced. I turned off the computer, grabbed the flashlight, and headed upstairs. Each step creaked beneath my feet, breaking the silence. But when I reached the 2nd floor, the whispering stopped as if someone knew I was coming. I searched everywhere. The bedroom with the empty bed, the wardrobe full of cobwebs, and the attic door firmly shut. There was nothing but dust and old objects covered with white sheets. I told myself it was the wind coming through the window cracks, even though I had checked and everything seemed sealed tight. But when I turned back to the stairs, a cold shiver ran down my spine. At the foot of the stairs, I saw a shadow standing there, faint, like smoke, then disappearing the instant I blinked. I stood frozen, the flashlight trembling in my hand, its beams sweeping over the now empty space. I could no longer keep my composure. The next morning, I called Martha, asking about the house. She told me the story in a flat tone, as if she had said this many times before. She said her grandfather, a lumberjack, had died in the house, hung himself in the attic after losing his family in a forest fire. She added that a few tenants before me had left because they felt uncomfortable, but she scoffed, saying she didn't believe in ghosts. I wasn't sure if I believed her, but the story made me shiver, not because I was scared of ghosts, but because it matched what I had been experiencing. From then on, things got worse. The footsteps now echoed right outside my bedroom, no longer from the stairs, but so close that I could hear the wood creaking under someone's weight. The knocking on the walls turned into scratching, sharp, continuous, like fingernails dragging across wood, lasting all night. I began to feel like I was no longer alone, even when I was asleep. One night, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, feeling someone standing next to the bed, a cold breath blowing across my face. I turned on the light, my heart pounding, but there was no one. Only the sheets beside me rumpled, as if someone had sat down and left. I began recording each night, hoping to find a clue or prove I wasn't going crazy. When I listened back, I froze. There was a man's voice clearly whispering, mumbling something about fire and they didn't escape. The voice was hoarse, broken, as if coming from someone in pain, and it repeated over and over, cutting through the crackling of the tape recorder. I didn't dare listen to the whole thing, but every time I played it, the air in the room grew heavier, as if someone was standing behind me, listening along with me. Things reached their peak on the last night. I stayed there. I was half asleep when I heard a scream, a loud, painful scream from the attic. The scream echoed through the house, tearing through the night, causing me to jump up, sweat pouring down my face despite the cold. I grabbed the flashlight and shakily walked up the stairs, each step heavy as if something was pulling me back. When I reached the attic door, I saw it wide open, though I had never touched it, and the lock was still on the floor. Inside, the thick smell of smoke filled the air, though there were no signs of fire or burning. I heard faint groans, muffled in the darkness, like someone enduring unspoken pain. I flashed the light around, the trembling beam sweeping over the dust-covered beams. Then I saw it, across the room, a figure hanging in mid-air, faceless, just a black shape gently swaying. No rope, no hook, just a shadow suspended in mid-air, as if held by some invisible force. I screamed, my voice cracking with fear, and ran down the stairs, tripping over the steps in panic. I didn't stop to think. I ran out of the house that very night, only in my pajamas, taking nothing but the car keys. When I drove down the hill, I glanced back once. Through the rearview mirror, I swear I saw a figure standing at the second-floor window, watching me, its white, empty eyes glowing in the darkness. The groans still echoed in my head, blending with the howling wind through the forest, like a curse that would never end. The next morning I called Martha, told her everything, and refused to stay any longer, even though she tried to convince me that it was just an illusion. I moved out of the town that very day, never going back to collect my belongings. I would rather lose everything than step foot in that house again. Later, I learned more, and found out that the forest fire in 1910 had killed Martha's wife and children, and her grandfather had hanged himself right after. The house was now abandoned. No one dared rent it. Weeds had grown all over the entrance, and locals avoided the hill like it was cursed. I never returned to Oregon, but the memories of the house never left me. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I still hear the slow footsteps, the scratching on the walls, and the hoarse whisper repeating, "They didn't escape." Once I dreamed that I was standing in the attic, the smell of smoke choking me, and the hanging figure turned its head, its burned face, its white, empty eyes staring straight at me, its mouth moving as if trying to say something. I woke up, with a start, drenched in sweat, and for a few seconds, I still smelled the smoke drifting through the room. I wonder if it really stayed in the house, or if it followed me, hiding in my mind like a scar that would never heal. Maybe it didn't need the wood or the attic to exist. It only needed my fear to survive forever. My name is Caleb. I'm 19 years old. A thrill seeker addicted to the adrenaline rush of exploring abandoned places. One October afternoon, Sophie, my best friend since high school, and I decided to break into an old deserted house deep in the woods of western Ohio. Locals called it the Old Lady's House, a place rumored to be haunted by restless spirits following the mysterious death of its owner decades ago. Sophie and I set out to explore the house I had stumbled upon during a forest hike. It appeared before us like a ghost rising from the skeletal trees. Shattered windows, moss-covered wooden walls, and a front door barely hanging from its rusted hinges. As we stepped across the threshold, the floorboards creaked beneath our feet, echoing through the eerie, dead silence. I turned on my flashlight, the weak beam sweeping across stained walls, revealing long scratch marks, as if carved by fingernails. "Did you hear that?" Sophie whispered. I shook my head, but then from deep within the house came slow, deliberate footsteps. Thud, thud, like someone dragging their feet across the rotten wooden floor. My body froze. The flashlight trembled in my hand. The footsteps stopped, but the air grew heavier, thick with the feeling of being watched by something lurking in the shadows. I turned to Sophie, trying to keep my voice calm. It's probably just the wind, but we both knew there wasn't a single breeze stirring in that godforsaken forest. We continued deeper into the house, the flashlight illuminating dust-coated walls. Then the footsteps returned, quicker this time, like whatever it was closing in on us. Thud, thud, thud. Each sound pounded in my chest like a hammer. Sophie gripped my hand tightly, her nails digging into my skin. I swept the beam of light across the wrecked living room. A torn armchair sat crooked among broken furniture. Suddenly, the flashlight landed on something in the corner. A tall, thin figure standing still, head bowed, as if staring at the floor. I shouted, "Who's there?" But when I swept the light back, the figure was gone. Only dust floated eerily in the air. Sophie whispered, her voice trembling, "Caleb, something's not right here." Before I could respond, a raspy, guttural laugh echoed from the pitch-black staircase, like wind wheezing through a corpse's throat. The footsteps resumed, this time directly above us, as if it was waiting for us to come up. I pulled Sophie back, my heart hammering. "Run!" I yelled, but my legs felt like they were nailed to the floor. We heard it walking above us, slow but heavy. Thud, thud. The groan of old wood followed each step, as if the thing's weight was too much for the rotting boards. I raised the flashlight to the staircase, and for a split second I saw pale, bare feet descending the final step, before vanishing into the dark. Sophie screamed and bolted for the front door, but it slammed shut before she could reach it, shaking violently as if struck by an invisible force. I spun around, and in the corner, the figure appeared again. Closer this time, larger, its unnaturally long arms dangling toward the floor. Its face wasn't human, just a gaping black void leaking thick, inky fluid. It tilted its head and let out a chilling hiss. Then from beneath the floorboards we heard taps. Knock, 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 like dozens of hands clawing from underneath. Sophie sobbed, "It won't let us leave." I grabbed a broken plank and slammed it against the door. Each hit only made the footsteps above faster. Thud, 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 racing toward us. On my third strike, the door burst open. We bolted into the night, not daring to look back. Cold forest air whipped our faces, but the footsteps still echoed. Behind us, thud, 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 chasing from within the house. Branches tore at our clothes and skin as we scrambled through thorny underbrush. When we reached the dirt road back to town, I finally stopped, gasping for breath, and turned to look. The house loomed beneath the moonlight, and there, a tall silhouette silently watched us from the broken window. We ran the rest of the way, home, and swore never to return. But the story didn't end there. 2 days later, I was home, miles away from the forest, when I heard a thud in the living room at midnight. I turned on the light, and on the wooden floor was a single, wet footprint, as if left by a cold, bare foot. The next morning, Sophie called me, her voice frantic. "Caleb, did you hear the footsteps last night?" I didn't answer. I was staring at my hand. The scratch I got from the brambles had turned black, spreading like poison under my skin. That thing followed us back, and I know it's not going to stop. Three years ago, I worked as a plumber in the suburbs of Pennsylvania for over 10 years, traveling to small towns with old houses scattered between fields and sparse forests. Last year, I received a call from an elderly woman living in an old neighborhood. Her voice over the phone was weak but clear, telling me that the pipes in her house were leaking on the second floor, with water dripping onto the floor for several days. I wrote down the address, grabbed my tools, and drove there one gray morning, with clouds drifting lazily over the treetops. The house looked run down, with peeling walls and broken windows, overgrown weeds around the yard, as though no one had tended to it for years. I knocked on the door, and the old woman answered, small in stature, with disheveled gray hair, her cloudy eyes looking through me as if seeing beyond the present. She didn't say much, just silently led me upstairs, through the creaky wooden stairs, then pointed to the ceiling where water had dripped, leaving long streaks that soaked the floor. "I'll wait downstairs," she said in her flat tone before turning and walking away, leaving me with the sound of dripping water in the eerie stillness. I brought a ladder, set it beneath the ceiling, feeling the air inside the house grow, heavy and cold, even though it wasn't too chilly outside. I didn't think much of it, just another routine job, and I'd head back home once I fixed the leak. But as I stood on the ladder, staring up at the small door leading to the attic, a strange feeling washed over me. There was something off about this house, as if it was hiding a secret I hadn't yet uncovered. I climbed the ladder, pushed open the small door in the ceiling, and entered the attic. Inside, it was pitch black, no light filtering through, just the heavy smell of mold mixed with decaying wood and something indescribable, like the smell of forgotten time. I turned on my flashlight, noticing the old pipes running across, one of them punctured with water dripping from it. The light flickered over thick layers of dust on the beams. Spider webs stretched across every corner, forming delicate curtains, swaying in my breath. I stepped further in, intending to examine the pipe, but then the beam of my flashlight landed on something unusual. A wooden board was propped up, as if hiding something. It didn't look like the rest of the attic. Too neat, too deliberate, as if someone had placed it to cover something unwanted. Curious, I walked over and slowly pulled the board away. The light shone on it, and I nearly fell off the ladder in shock. Behind the board was a corpse, shrunk, dressed in old clothes, sitting against the wall. Its skin had shriveled, eyes hollowed into two dark pits, mouth agape as if silently screaming. I screamed. The flashlight fell to the floor, rolling to one side, its flickering light casting eerie shadows on the corpse, like a scene from a horror movie. My legs trembled, and I stumbled down the ladder in panic, my heart pounding as if it might burst from my chest. I rushed downstairs, babbling to the old woman. "There's a body up there." But she just looked at me, her face expressionless, her eyes cold as stone. She slowly said, "That's my husband. He's been missing for 20 years. Her voice was steady, without a tremor, as if she were recounting an everyday event. I was stunned, unable to believe what I had just heard. "Why didn't you call?" "The police?" I asked, my voice faltering with fear and disbelief. The old woman shrugged, her thin hands clasped together, eyes looking down at the floor. She said she thought he had left, not wanting anyone to know their family had fallen apart, so she just let it all pass. But her gaze, the way she spoke, it didn't feel right, as if she was hiding something far worse. I couldn't wait any longer. I pulled out my phone and immediately called the police, ignoring the mumbling behind me. The police arrived quickly, bringing flashlights and an investigation team. They climbed up to the attic, checked the body, and after a few hours, confirmed that it had been there for decades, showing signs of being strangled. The old woman was taken for questioning, and eventually she confessed that she had killed her husband after a violent argument, strangling him with her own hands, then dragging the body to the attic, propping the board to cover it, and continuing to live as if nothing had happened for 20 years. I stood there, watching the police take her away, the cold chill never leaving my spine. I quit my job a month after that incident, unable to erase the image of the shriveled corpse and the old woman's cold, lifeless eyes. Every time I entered an old house, I felt that chill creeping across my skin, as if the shadow in the attic was still watching me. Sometimes, in my dreams, I see myself climbing the ladder, pulling away the board, and the body raises its head, its hollow eyes staring directly at me, its mouth moving as if trying to say something. I wake up with a start, drenched in sweat, and for a few seconds I can still smell the musty odor in the room. My name is Lila, a 32-year-old single mother living with my 5-year-old son Aiden in a small apartment on the outskirts of Chicago. We moved here after the divorce, hoping to start over in a more peaceful place. The apartment was old, with yellowing white walls and a faint scent of damp wood rising from the floorboards. But the rent was so cheap, I couldn't say no. Lately, I had been waking up in the middle of the night with the eerie sensation that someone was watching me. The first night, I brushed it off as stress. Shattered dreams from a broken marriage still haunted my sleep. But around 2 a.m. on Tuesday, I jolted awake, heart pounding, cold sweat trickling down my forehead. The room was oppressively silent, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. I glanced over at Aiden. He was fast asleep in the little bed next to mine, his breathing soft and steady like an angel's. Then, from the corner of the room, I heard a whisper. Faint, distant, like someone calling my name from far away. My body froze. I stared into the darkness, and for a split second, I saw a small figure, identical to Aiden, standing still near the doorway. I blinked, and it vanished, leaving behind a cold shiver down my spine. I told myself it was just a trick of the light, maybe exhaustion or the street lamp outside playing tricks on my mind. Another night, I saw the same small figure in the corner of the room. I sat up and turned on the nightlight, but there was nothing, just an empty chair and the curtain gently swaying. Aiden remained sound asleep, unaware of anything. I sighed and tried to fall back asleep, but the whisper returned, clearer this time, as if someone was right beside me repeating, "Mom, Mom." The voice sounded like Aiden's, but deeper, distorted, like it was coming from a broken speaker. Sat up yelling, "Who's there?" The voice stopped, but the air grew heavy, as if a fog had settled over my chest. I ran to the window and pulled back the curtain, but outside was nothing but the thick darkness of a sleeping neighborhood. When I turned back, I froze. There was another figure, taller, wearing a black robe, standing in the middle of the room. I couldn't see his face, hidden in the shadows, but I could feel his eyes boring into me. He didn't move, just stood there silent like a statue, while Aiden stirred in his sleep, murmuring, "Don't let him in." I rushed to Aiden and pulled him into my arms. His body was ice cold, like he had just stepped out of a freezer. I screamed his name, but he didn't respond. He just stood still, entranced. When I looked back, the tall man was gone, but the whisper had turned into knocking. Knock, 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 coming from the large mirror on the wall. I looked into the mirror and my heart nearly stopped. In the reflection, Aiden wasn't lying in bed. He was standing in the corner, his eyes rolled white, his mouth twisted into an inhuman smile. I screamed and turned to check, but the real Aiden was still asleep in my arms. The knocking grew, louder, more urgent, and then the man appeared in the mirror, not in the room, but behind me, his long arms stretching out as if to touch my shoulders. I hurled the night lamp at the mirror. Glass shattered across the room, but the knocking didn't stop. It moved to the walls, the ceiling, as if a horde of demons were clawing their way in from every direction. Aiden suddenly woke up, crying out, "He's here! He wants me!" I clutched him tight and ran to the front door, but it wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the door felt welded shut. I banged on it, screaming for help, but the hallway outside was silent, like a tomb. The knocking faded, and I felt a cold breath on my neck, like someone was standing just behind me. I turned around, but there was nothing. Only Aiden, no longer crying, staring at me with empty eyes. "He's gone now," Aiden whispered. But it wasn't his voice. It was deep, ancient, the voice of an old man. Trembling, I laid Aiden down on the couch and checked the room. Shards of broken glass were scattered across the floor, but in one large piece I saw him. The man, still standing there, grinning with a mouth full of black teeth. I left the apartment immediately, but the feeling of being watched never left me. We moved far away, hundreds of miles from that place. But every night I still hear the whisper from the corner, "Mom, Mom." And Aiden has started drawing pictures of a tall man standing behind me. Yesterday I found a small piece of mirror in our suitcase, even though I had thrown them all away. And in that mirror I saw Aiden, not the real one playing outside, but the other Aiden with white eyes standing right behind me, whispering, "He's still here." I work as a preschool teacher at a small school in Ohio, where the cornfields stretch out and dense forests surround the town. 2 years ago, I got a new class, which included a boy named Brandon, about 5 years old. He was a quiet, well-behaved child, often sitting by himself in the corner of the classroom, scribbling on paper with a pencil or whispering to himself. I didn't think much of it. Children often have their own little world. But one day, when I approached him to ask who he was talking to, Brandon looked up and gave me an innocent smile, saying, "I'm talking to my friend Tommy." I smiled back, thinking it was just an imaginary friend, something completely normal for a preschooler. I told him to continue playing, then went back to my work, not paying much attention. However, from that day on, I began to observe Brandon more closely. He wasn't as social as the other children, often sitting alone, his lips moving as if talking to someone invisible. Outside, he would stand near the fence, staring at the dense forest several hundred meters away, where the trees intertwined to form a dark green wall, blocking the daylight. The atmosphere in the classroom remained normal, with the sound of children, laughing each day, but every time I looked at Brandon I felt a strange unease. He wasn't sad or fearful, but seemed content with his solitude, or more precisely with Tommy, the friend he constantly mentioned. I told myself it was just part of childhood, a harmless game in his vivid imagination, but deep down, I began to wonder if there was something strange going on with Brandon that I hadn't noticed yet. Weeks went by, and Brandon talked more about Tommy. He said Tommy lived in the forest near the school, had long black hair, and liked to play hide and seek. I found this odd. Such specific details, not like the random imagination of a 5-year-old child. But I shrugged it off, thinking that Brandon was just adding more to his story. Then one day he brought a picture to class and proudly placed it on my desk. I looked at it. He had drawn himself and a tall, thin figure with black hair covering its face, standing among the trees. The black hair was filled in, covering the face, and the skinny arms hung limp as if lifeless. "Teacher, this is Tommy," Brandon said, his eyes shining. I asked, "This is Tommy?" He nodded, then added, a sentence that sent a chill down my spine. "Tommy says you can't see him." His voice was soft, as if he were sharing a secret, but it made me uneasy. I kept the picture, planning to ask Brandon's parents after school, but deep inside, I began to feel that this wasn't just a child's game anymore. I paid more attention to Brandon from then on. He often stood by the classroom window, staring at the forest, whispering to Tommy. One time I saw him run out to the playground during recess, yelling, "Tommy, come out here!" Then waiting at the edge of the fence, but no one ever appeared. I asked his parents during a meeting, and they said Brandon often mentioned Tommy at home, whispering in his bedroom, laughing to himself as if he were playing with someone. They laughed it off, saying it was just an imaginary friend, but I wasn't so sure anymore. Brandon also said, "Tommy doesn't like adults," and from then on, he spoke less to me, avoiding my gaze when I asked about Tommy. The atmosphere in the classroom began to change for me. The laughter of the children still filled the air, but every time I saw Brandon standing quietly by the window, I felt a chill run through me, as if someone was watching from afar, not from the classroom, but from the dark forest outside. One afternoon, I stayed late at school to grade papers. The light in the classroom cast long shadows on the walls. Outside, the wind blew through the forest, carrying the rustling sound of leaves, like whispers. Then I heard it, the laughter of a child, high-pitched and clear, coming from the playground, even though no students were left. I stood up and looked out the window, and my heart seemed to stop. I saw Brandon, or I thought it was Brandon, standing near the trees, holding hands with a tall, thin figure with long black hair covering its face. The light from the playground lamps cast a dim glow, but I was sure it was a figure, taller than Brandon, with black hair hanging down like a curtain, hiding its face. I rushed out of the classroom, ran to the playground shouting, "Brandon!" But when I got there, the playground was empty, not a soul in sight, only the sound of the wind howling through the trees. I checked the attendance list, and Brandon had been picked up by his mother over 2 hours ago. I stood there, in the cold playground, feeling as though someone was watching me from the forest. The laughter echoed again, faintly from deep within the darkness, but I couldn't bring myself to go closer. That night, I couldn't sleep, my mind racing with everything I had seen. The next morning, I researched the area around the school and found an old story. 30 years ago, a boy named Thomas with long black hair had gone missing in the forest nearby. They searched for weeks but never found the boy or his body. My heart sank as I read the name, Thomas, so similar to Tommy. I didn't tell anyone, fearing I would be considered insane. But from then on, I forbade the students from playing near the fence by the forest, and always closed the classroom blinds when it got dark. Brandon transferred to another school a few months later, taking with him the question about Tommy that I would never find an answer to. I still keep the picture Brandon drew, sometimes looking at the figure with black hair, wondering, was it really just imagination, or had Tommy found Brandon and pulled him into a world that adults couldn't reach? My name is Mason, 28 years old, and I live alone in a small apartment on the outskirts of Seattle, where the endless rain blurs every outline of the outside world. I'm not someone who scares easily, but lately, my sleep has been disturbed by strange nightmares, dreams of a desolate field where I'm running from something I can't see, only hearing heavy breathing right behind me. One night, I woke up from one of those nightmares drenched in sweat. I opened my eyes in the dark, my body heavy as if something was pressing me down into the bed, my breath ragged like I'd just run for miles. The room was cold, too cold, even though I'd shut the window tight before sleeping. The rain tapped steadily against the glass, but there was another sound, quieter, a soft hissing, like someone exhaling deeply from the corner of the room. I lay still, trying to calm myself, but then my eyes locked onto two dark shapes at the foot of my bed. They were tall, their forms vague and formless, like shadows cut from the darkness itself. I blinked, hoping it was a trick of the light, but they were still there, unmoving, waiting. I sat up abruptly, hand trembling as I reached for the bedside lamp, but my fingers froze when they touched the switch. The shadows didn't move. They just stared. Light from the street filtered weakly through the blinds, but it didn't touch them, like the darkness around them swallowed every ray. One of them tilted its head and released a longer, deeper hiss like wind whistling through cracks in a cave. I screamed, "Who's there? Get out!" But my voice cracked, swallowed by the freezing air now flooding the room. I jumped from the high bed, my bare feet landing on the icy wooden floor, and rushed to the window, yanking the curtains open in hopes that light might dispel them. But when I turned back, they had moved, not walked, not stepped, drifted silently, now standing on either side of the bed, close enough for me to feel the cold seeping off their forms. The hiss turned into whispers now. "Mason, Mason." The voices weren't human, warped and guttural, like echoing out of a deep, endless hole. I shrank back, stumbling until my back hit the wall. There was nowhere left to go. I screamed again, my hand fumbling blindly for my phone on the nightstand, but it was gone, even though I knew I had placed it there. I tried to shout, but no sound came out, as though invisible hands were closing around my throat. The air thickened like fog, suffocating and cold. Then they moved, slow, synchronized, like puppets pulled by unseen strings. One of them extended, an arm toward me. Its hand was long, black, twisted, the fingers bony and claw-like. I collapsed onto the floor, crawling toward the door, but the floorboards trembled beneath me as if something massive was stirring underneath. The whispers turned into laughter, low, scratchy, unnatural, echoing through the apartment. I looked back, and one of the figures was right behind me, so close I could feel its breath. No, not breath. A blast of icy air blowing against my face. The other bent low, and in that brief second, I saw its eyes, glowing white orbs, not human, burning out of the void, staring straight into mine as if to consume my soul. I screamed, slamming my fists against the door. It suddenly burst open, and I fell backward into the dark hallway. I scrambled to my feet and fled down the stairs, never daring to look back. The rain drowned out every sound, but I could still hear the hissing behind me, faint yet unrelenting. Pounded on my neighbor's door, yelling for help until a light came on and a panicked face appeared. They pulled me inside, asking what happened, but all I could do was stammer about the shadows in my room. When the police came to check the apartment, they found nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry. Just a messy bed and the window, wide open, even though I swore I had locked it. I haven't slept properly since that night. I always feel like someone, or something, is watching me. I moved out the next week, but the nightmares never stopped. Every night I wake up drenched in sweat, fleeing through that empty field again. And every time I hear it, Mason, Mason, whispering from beneath the bed in my new place. Yesterday, I placed a small mirror by the bed just to see, and in the dim light I saw them, the two shadows, standing silently in the reflection, their eyes glowing white, staring directly at me. They never left, and I know now, they never will. My name is Avery, 24 years old. I recently moved to a small town in the suburbs of Oregon to work at an old bookstore tucked away on a narrow cobblestone street. I enjoyed the quiet of this place, the empty roads, the moss-covered wooden houses, and the air that carried the faint scent of fallen leaves in autumn. But that night, everything changed. I left the store later than usual, around 10 p.m. After spending hours reorganizing dusty shelves under the dim yellow lights. The town had fallen silent. The only sounds were the wind whistling through shadowy alleys and the rustle of dry leaves underfoot. I decided to take a shortcut through a narrow alley to save time. The alley was long and tight, with tall stone walls on either side, covered in shriveled vines. The only source of light came from a street lamp that was half broken, flickering like it was about to die. I walked quickly, the sound of my sneakers tapping steadily on the damp stones. I tried not to think about the ghost stories my coworkers had told me, about silent figures that appeared at night and left no trace. But then, behind me, another sound joined in. Thud, thud. Slow, heavy footsteps, like someone was following me. I turned around, heart pounding, but saw nothing. Just the swaying shadows of trees under the flickering light. A cold gust of wind blew past, carrying the scent of damp earth, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, as if someone were watching me from a hidden corner in the thick darkness. I told myself it was just my imagination, maybe the echo of my own footsteps in the confined space of the alley. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but the unease clung to me like a thin, icy mist. I heard the footsteps again, steady and closer each time. I sped up, my breathing growing, heavy, fogging up in the freezing air. The footsteps quickened too, matching my pace eerily. Thud, 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 as if whoever it was intentionally keeping the same distance, never too far, never too close. I stopped suddenly, turned all the way around and shouted with a shaky voice, "Who's there? This isn't funny. Show yourself." But the alley was empty, save for a few dry leaves swirling in the flickering light. I sighed in relief, thinking maybe I was just overreacting after a long, tiring day. But as I turned back to keep walking, I caught a glimpse of a figure at the end of the alley. He was tall, wearing a long black coat, hood pulled up to cover his face, standing motionless under the flickering street lamp. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt his gaze, a cold, drilling stare from the void where his face should have been, piercing through the darkness. My heart thudded against my chest, and I clutched the strap of my backpack so tightly my fingers hurt. He stepped forward, slowly, deliberately, each footstep echoing like a death knell in the silence. I turned and ran, my feet pounding the stone path, but his steps didn't stop. They followed, closing in, as if he didn't need to rush. He knew I couldn't escape. I burst out of the alley, my foot catching on a loose stone, and I fell hard onto the deserted main street. My knee slammed into the ground, sharp pain shooting through my leg as warm blood seeped through the torn fabric of my jeans. I looked back and saw the tall man in the long coat, just a few meters behind. He had stopped, silent, but now a part of his body was lit by the last streetlight. His hood still covered his face, but beneath it wasn't a face at all. It was a void, a deep, bottomless pit that swallowed all light. I screamed, scrambling to my feet, though my legs trembled and refused to move properly. His footsteps resumed. Thud, thud, slow and deliberate, as if he was savoring my fear, dragging it out like a cruel game. I ran toward a row of lit buildings at the end of the street, but the road suddenly felt endless, the lights growing dimmer as if being swallowed by the darkness. Then I felt it, a cold hand on my shoulder. Not gripping, just resting, but the chill sank through my coat and into my bones like a bolt of ice. I turned around, and he was there, right behind me, close enough for me to smell the rot on his breath. Not the breath of the living, but the stench of damp soil and decay, like a grave freshly unearthed. He leaned in, and from the darkness beneath his hood, a voice rasped out, low, distorted, and broken. Don't run. I've seen you. The street lamp flickered one last time, then went out completely, plunging me into total darkness. Only his footsteps remained, echoing in every direction like a curse I could never shake. I screamed, tore away from his touch, and ran blindly. Forward. The cold from his hand lingered on my skin, seeping deeper like a brand I could never wash away, making me shiver even after I left the alley behind. I kept running, down darkened streets, past tightly shut houses, until I collapsed in front of a brightly lit corner store on the main road. The shopkeeper, an old man with a deeply lined face, rushed out in shock and pulled me inside as I gasped for breath, stammering through trembling lips to explain what happened. He called the police, and while we waited, I sat curled up in a chair, arms wrapped around myself, trying to stop the shaking. When the police checked the alley, they found nothing. No footprints, no sign of the man, just dried blood on the cobblestones from my scraped knee. They told me it was probably a drunk or a prankster, but there was a flicker of doubt in their eyes when I described the faceless void and the voice from the shadows. I never walked through that alley again, but the feeling of being watched never left. I started taking longer, more crowded routes home, but every night when I passed quiet streets, I heard it again. Thud, thud, steady, like the heartbeat of a patient predator. Last night, I woke up drenched in sweat after dreaming of the alley. He was there, saying nothing, just watching with invisible eyes. I turned on the light and ran to the window, and under the pale moonlight I saw him, tall, hooded, unmoving like a statue. I screamed and turned on the porch light, but he vanished. On my bedroom window, a handprint had appeared, inky black, like it had been painted, and next to it, scrawled in crude, uneven letters, I still see you. I checked every door, every lock, everything was secure. But this morning I found a long scratch on my arm, not from the fall, but deep, dark, as if carved with his clawed hand. He's never left, and I know now. No matter how far I run, no matter where I hide, he will find me. I live alone in a small house on the outskirts of Minnesota, where endless cornfields stretch alongside dense, dark forests surrounding the town. The old house, built in the 1970s, has a long hallway that connects the living room with the bedroom, in the back. It sits isolated on a dirt road, half a mile away from the nearest neighbor, surrounded only by the sound of the wind rustling through the trees and the calls of owls in the night. I bought it because it was cheap and offered complete tranquility, an escape from the hectic pace of city life. But after a few months of living there, I began to feel that the house didn't belong to me alone. It all began one cold winter night when the temperature outside dropped below freezing and snow blanketed the ground, creating a thick white carpet. I was watching TV in the living room when I heard a soft knock on the window. The sound was faint, rhythmic, like someone tapping their nails on the glass, but I thought it was just the wind blowing through the dry branches. I stood up, pulled the curtains aside, and my heart nearly stopped. Outside, about 10 feet from the window, was a tall, thin figure standing still in the snow. It had no face, no eyes, no mouth, just a silhouette of black, as if the darkness had been carved into the night. The faint moonlight illuminated it, but it didn't reveal any details, as if it absorbed the light around it. I quickly pulled the curtains shut, my breath quickening, my heart pounding in my chest. I told myself it could be a thief or someone playing a prank in the middle of the night in this remote area. I ran around the house checking every door, locking everything tightly, but I didn't dare go outside to face it. The knocking stopped after a few minutes and I sat huddled on the sofa, trying to convince myself it was all just my imagination, maybe the shadow of a tree or a lost animal. But the next morning, when the weak sunlight filtered through the mist, I went outside to check, and my blood ran cold. In the snow were footprints, long, narrow, unlike human feet, stretching from where the figure had stood last night all the way to the edge of the forest a few dozen meters away. I immediately called the police, my voice trembling as I described what I had seen. They arrived within an hour, 2 officers in thick uniforms with flashlights and cameras. They checked the footprints, took a few pictures, but in the end, they shrugged and said it was probably the print of a wild animal. Maybe a deer or a fox distorted by the snow. I shook my head, disagreeing. The footprints were too deliberate, too purposeful, not like the random steps of an animal. They left, leaving me with an ever-growing sense of unease, as though whatever had stood outside my window the previous night wasn't just a natural phenomenon. After that night, the house was no longer a peaceful refuge. I started hearing heavy footsteps in the hallway at night, slow, deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth on the old wooden floor. The sound would come from the direction of the bedroom, stretching all the way to the living room, then turning back, but every time I turned on the light and ran out to check, the hallway was always empty. No footprints, no signs of anyone, only the endless darkness and the howling wind from outside. I tried to ignore it, thinking the old floorboards were creaking due to temperature changes, but the footsteps grew clearer, closer, as though something was probing me. Then other strange things started happening. The lights in the house flickered, for no reason, bright one moment and dim the next, even though I had replaced the bulbs and checked the electrical system. Furniture in the house would be moved in strange ways. A coffee cup I had left on the kitchen table the night before would be found across the room in the morning, as though someone had picked it up and placed it there. I started doubting myself, wondering if I was losing my mind or simply forgetting what I was doing. But deep down, I knew it wasn't just that. Something was present in the house with me. I decided to install a security camera in the hallway, a small one mounted in the corner of the ceiling, pointing straight toward the bedroom. The first night I reviewed the footage, I nearly dropped my phone in shock. In the video, a tall black figure walked down the hallway, with no footsteps, No sound except the faint static of the device. It moved silently, like a cloud of smoke in the shape of a human, its head nearly touching the ceiling, then disappeared at the end of the hallway. I rewound and fast-forwarded, trying to find signs of tampering or technical errors, but there was nothing. The figure was truly there, moving through my own house. I began losing sleep, every small noise at night making me jump awake. One night, I woke up in a daze to hear a deep, heavy sigh right next to my bed. The sound was cold, like it came from an empty chest, lasting a few seconds before stopping. I turned on the bedside lamp, my heart racing, but the room was empty. However, the bedroom door was wide open, leading out into the dark hallway. I jumped out of bed and ran to lock the door, but when I turned back, I froze. The mirror in the bedroom had a large, faint handprint on it, as if someone had touched it. I wiped it off with a towel, my hands shaking. But the next morning, the handprint was back, clearer than before, as if it had been imprinted into the glass, unable to be removed no matter how much I scrubbed. The atmosphere in the house had become so heavy that I felt like I was suffocating. I started hearing faint whispers from the hallway during quiet nights. Not clear words, but enough to make the hair on my arms stand on end. I tried to stay calm, but every time I walked through the hallway, I felt as though someone was right behind me, their cold breath on my neck. The house was no longer a home. It was a trap, and I was being hunted by something I couldn't see clearly. I decided to invite a close friend, Mike, to stay with me for a few days, hoping that his presence would bring some normalcy. At least, make me feel less alone in my fear. Mike is a practical person, not one to believe in ghosts, and he laughed when I told him about the shadow outside the window. But the first night he stayed, all my hopes faded. Around midnight, I heard Mike scream from the living room. I ran out and saw him standing in the middle of the room, his face pale, pointing down the hallway. He said he saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hallway, staring right at him. I turned on the lights and ran to look, but the hallway was empty, with no signs of anyone. Mike was breathing heavily, telling me that the figure hadn't moved, just stood still. But he felt like it was looking through him, as if it wanted to say something. I immediately checked the camera, and there it was. The tall figure stood at the end of the hallway, then slowly moved backward into the wall, disappearing. There were no footsteps, no sounds, just a silent, chilling image on the screen. Mike packed up and left the next morning, his voice trembling as he told me he would never return, no matter how much I begged. After Mike left, I decided to learn more about the house. I asked a neighbor who lived a few houses down, an elderly woman with sharp eyes. She told me that the previous owner, an old man who lived alone, had died in the hallway of a heart attack, but before that, he had often talked about something watching him from the forest. She said the old man would stand by the window, looking outside, muttering that something tall was waiting for him. I rummaged through the basement and found an old dusty journal in a wooden box. He had written about seeing a tall figure outside the window, and how it started coming into the house, walking through the hallway every night. The last few lines were trembling. It has no face, but I feel like it wants something from me. The climax came the night I decided to leave. I was packing my things, stuffing clothes and papers into a suitcase, when I heard loud knocking on the window, constant, like someone banging their hand. I shakily looked outside. The figure was right, up against the window, taller than the window frame, its dark silhouette blocking the moonlight. It was close enough that I could see the glass trembling with each knock, and even though it had no face, I felt like it was looking straight at me, through the curtain, through my very soul. I screamed, ran to the front door, but as soon as I opened it, I heard rapid, heavy footsteps from the hallway charging toward me. The sound was relentless, like something gigantic was chasing me. the floorboards shaking under the weight of the invisible entity. I slammed the door shut, jumped into my car, my hands trembling so much that I almost dropped the keys. When I hit the gas and drove off, I glanced back through the rearview mirror. The figure was standing at the window, tall, motionless, as if bidding me goodbye from its domain. I drove all night, never stopping, never daring to look back again. I sold the house a few months later, through a real estate agent, never returning for the belongings I had left behind. The new buyer contacted me once, his voice hesitant over the phone, asking about the strange footprints in the yard and the footsteps he had heard in the hallway at night. I didn't know how to respond. I simply said, "Move away," and hung up. I didn't want to get involved anymore. Didn't want to remember those terrifying nights in that house. But the memory of the entity never left me. Sometimes I dream of it, standing at the end of the hallway, faceless, silent, just staring at me. In the dream, the hallway stretches on forever, and no matter how far I run, that figure is always there, silently trailing behind, never closer, but never gone. I wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, and sometimes I think I hear a soft knock on the window of my new apartment, soft, rhythmic, like a reminder that it still knows where I am. I wonder if the entity really stayed in that house, or if it followed me, hiding in my mind like an indelible ghost. Perhaps it doesn't need the hallway or the window to exist. Just my fear is enough to feed it. I never searched for the old man's journal again, never dared to dig deeper into the forest or the man's death. But every time night falls, I check. The window blinds, always leave the light on, and always wonder, if it comes back, where will I run? So we've made our way through 24 doors of fear, from the shriveled corpse in a Pennsylvania attic to the tall, silent entity gliding down a hallway in Minnesota. But did you notice? Each story leaves behind a lingering question. Did those things really disappear, or are they still waiting somewhere just beyond our sight? The whispers in the woods, the figure at the window, or the cold breath beside the bed. They might not just be memories of the storyteller, but invitations for you to discover the truth for yourself. Do you dare to peek through the window curtain tonight? Or check if those footsteps in your house really belong to you? If these 24 stories made your heart race, remember, this is only the beginning. Many more chilling mysteries await you in upcoming videos. Stories you won't be able to look away from or stop listening to. Hit that follow button now so you don't miss a single door that opens into the darkness. Share your thoughts in the comments. Which story gave you the deepest chills? And if you've ever encountered something strange, don't be afraid to tell us, because who knows? Your story might just be the next door we walk through together. See you in the dark.